So my phone number is 763-228-0524. And that's all I have to say about that. Thank you. Bye. And since cases are so down right now in regards to COVID, so my phone number is 763-228-0524. And that's all I have to say about that. Thank you. Bye.
It's been a lovely day.
It's not old yet,
Okay, we can get started with our workshop. So welcome to this workshop of the Hopkins School Board. We are always grateful for our community members who tune in via the YouTube live stream and those who choose to join us here in the boardroom. I find myself saying this a lot lately. We have a pretty packed workshop agenda, starting off with a very exciting agenda item around innovative programming that's been happening that our staff has been preparing for the 2022-2023 school year. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Mary Perry Reed.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Bouchard, and good evening to board members, colleagues, and any staff or parents or community members listening in for this evening's workshop. We're really happy to have you with us, and I'm really excited to introduce the team. Actually, I don't know who all is with you, Director Ertl, but you can help me introduce the team. But yes, as Chair Bouchard mentioned, we are truly beginning to see manifestations of Vision 2031 across all of our schools in many, many, many classrooms, and it's really exciting, especially now that what seems like we're coming to what might be the end of COVID, or at least transitioning to a more comfortable space with that. It's wonderful to be able to truly focus our attention on the most important thing in Hopkins, which is teaching and learning for our scholars. And, you know, our scholars see the world around them changing, and they want the confidence that their classrooms and their school experiences are also evolving. Our scholars live in the here and now, but they're also focused on their future and what the future might bring. And so we in Hopkins want to be future forward as well. And so we are doing the hard work of innovating and reimagining public education. So with that, I'm very thrilled to introduce to you our director of our Innovation, Design, and Learning Department, Ann Ertl, and I think she'll provide a framing and maybe a way for all of our colleagues to introduce themselves to our board members and audience. We do have a number of program and building leaders who are helping you all get a great idea of Vision 2031 manifestations across our spaces. So thank you for being here. Director Ertl.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Dr. Mary Perry Reed and board members and community members watching. I am really excited to talk about our innovative programs update. And actually, I'm not going to be doing very much of the talking at all because our program and school leaders are joining to share the exciting work that's happening in their sites and programs. So Elise does have a slide deck that she could present. Thank you so much, Elise. So this is sort of one of the most exciting board presentations that I've had the privilege to do in the last couple of years, and to really hear from our school and program leaders how they are working toward Vision 2031 in each of their spaces. You can go to the next slide, Elise. So in the fall of 2021, this past fall, the Hopkins Learning Framework was introduced to our system and to our board as well at that time. It was a collaboration across a couple of years of the IDL department as well as stakeholders in our system to really start to design a coherent teaching and learning framework that would result in our graduate rates and our Vision 2031 actually being realized in each and every one of our classrooms. And so that our school leaders and program leaders tonight are going to be discussing and describing the work that they have done in service to the components of our Hopkins Learning Framework. So I will go ahead and introduce each of our leaders, and leaders, as you're presenting, if you want to let Elise know when to advance the slides when you're done, that would be perfect. So first up, we have Assistant Director Chauvin to share about Hopkins One Preschool. Go ahead to the next slide, Elise. Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Mary Reed, board member, community members, and all of my colleagues here on this innovative team call. I'm really excited to be first up to talk about our preschool focused innovation, and that's the One Hopkins Preschool. As many of you know, we have always had two programs. So we've had Kaleidoscope, which is a 2.5-hour day, and we've had full-time, full-week care called Stepping Stones. The Kaleidoscope is about a 2.5-hour day, and it was focused through MDE. So we received a lot of funding that way, but also relied on parent fees. Stepping Stones is considered a school-based childcare. We work with DHS, and there isn't as much funding through MDE. We have some limited funding through county assistance. What we saw in these two programs were that there were distinct groups of students. So for students who did depend on some of the MDE, program funds, we were able to help them be in Kaleidoscope, but it was only 2.5 hours. For students who were able to have full tuition paid through parent fees, we could provide them with Stepping Stones. That was a 9-hour day. Our goal with creating One Hopkins Preschool is that families are able to choose the hours of care that they need, and socioeconomic status does not determine the number of hours of class time. Once we create a merged program, we can blend and braid funds to support longer preschool days for all students. If you'd like to shift to the next slide. So this is a really good project. I'm really sorry, my throat just went off. So give me just a minute. In fact, I'll do this. Hold on one moment. I am so sorry. I think I'm going to be better. So in order to make this One Preschool project happen, we needed to follow a number of phases. And the first was to learn more from our families. We did a full survey to see what families were really looking for in their preschool. And the key to what we found is that families who were at an elementary school loved their elementary school experience. Families who were at Harley loved their Harley experience. And in general, they were looking for hours that were extended, but they knew that the price points were difficult. Taking that information, we decided to hold town hall style meetings, including all the preschool staff, because what we needed to do is to build this program with an on-the-ground perspective. We needed to understand how to build the best program, and the staff were able to provide ideas, insights, ask questions so that we could create the best program there was. We also needed to work with our early childhood special education team. Early childhood special ed is a key component of our preschool programs. So we needed to work to make sure that our new program was going to support the needs of all of our students on an IEP. And we needed to have discussions with HR because these are two traditionally very separate programs in two very different contracts. And over time, we needed to find a way to merge all staff under one umbrella. Now we are ready to launch. You could flip the screen. It is hard to believe, but our registration is starting tomorrow. It is hard to believe. We're opening up the preschool registration for current families tomorrow. And as you can see, there are dates for the rest of the groups all the way through the week. What we do with registration is we slow it down because we'll be reserving slots for students who are on IEPs. We look to see that there will be blended groups of students, both people who are working to have tuition assistance and people who are able to pay the full parent fees. And we look to make sure those classes are blended all the way through. But it's going to happen. It's been a long time coming. The one thing that we do know is that this is a program in progress, not perfect. So we're going to take the rest of next year and continue to fine tune, gathering feedback from families, parents, and staff. Our goal now is to create a cohesive team, is to really get a sense to have all of these staff who've been kind of siloed work together to create the strongest possible preschool program we can. And that's our goal. I'm done, which is good because my voice is still a little funny.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I really appreciate that framing. I'm going to turn it over to our fabulous virtual EDU leaders. We have Dr. Tiffany Nielsen-Winkleman, our futurist, and Assistant Principal Zeglin.
Director Ertl,
Yes.
if board members have questions, should we provide a space between each mini presentation or at the end?
Oh, whichever is your preference.
Chair Bouchard?
I think after each mini presentation, so it's fresh. So I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Andreessen.
Perfect. Sounds good.
Thanks. I just had a question. I know we've talked in the past about funding for preschool and the blending and braiding that you so expertly do for our early childhood families. I'm just wondering, I'm super excited to see the progress and the changes that are happening, but wondering, is there something that we can do to advocate at the legislative level for additional funding? Are there any specific needs that you can let us know about?
Thank you. I appreciate this question. I know that in the legislative session, they are considering making the school readiness plus funding permanent, which would allow for every seat at those funded sites to not have to be reapplied for every other year. So currently at 3 of our elementary sites, we are going to optimistically believe that we're receiving this money again for next year, which is what allows us to blend and braid. But we can't do that without an application process. If we could have a permanent funding, we would know we could count on those seats every single year. At this point, we're going to get confirmation of that in May, unless there's a special session. So advocating for the permanency of those School Readiness Plus seats would be fantastic. And I know we've talked about this before too. The reason that this is possible is because there's so many different great funding streams to blend, but creating something that becomes more streamlined would really help preschool, something that becomes more straightforward so we don't ask families to have to complete applications. We could find ways to have them say, would you like to come to preschool? We'd love to have you. And that would be the whole conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other board member comments or questions on early childhood innovations? Thank you so much, Director Chauvin. I'll turn it back to you, Director Ertl.
Thank you so much. We can skip ahead to the virtual EDU accreditation slide. And again, I'll reintroduce Dr. Tiffany Nielsen-Winkleman, our futurist, and Assistant Principal Zeglin.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us. School board members, in your consent packet, you'll have a board report that outlines this in much greater detail. But I wanted to just provide a highlight reel for you this evening in this innovation slides. So in August, we received provisional accreditation to run a comprehensive program, and that means a full day program for online learning. And that serves us through this school year. And also this summer, we have embarked on the long-term full accreditation process for comprehensive programming in Hopkins. And you can see some fun facts about our journey along the way. That yes, the application included 96 documents and nearly 700 pages of supporting materials. And we have successfully completed that phase 1. We are currently in phase 2 of the full accreditation process, where we are participating in some program development cohorts in partnership with the Minnesota Department of Education and other online learning providers who are seeking accreditation. This is our school board notification, and we are nearing the end of that journey. That will come to a close at the end of April, and we should receive word, and we are fully on track to receive full accreditation at the beginning of June. The wonderful thing about virtual EDU earning full accreditation allows our district as a whole to offer blended courses and other online courses, even in other sites across our district. So we will work in partnership with all of our school colleagues and support blended and online programming in those spaces as well. We can proceed to the next slide, Elise. So we have some check marks, some in process, and then our goal for June. What I'd love to share with you this evening are some examples of our current programming. We're really leaning into interdisciplinary, and that means that we're working across content areas. Our junior high program specifically is taking a full multi-age approach, where a team of teachers is coming together to love our scholars well. They embark in full concept and inquiry-based projects. For example, right now they are in an art and culture unit, and teachers are bringing a variety of passions. We had some junior high students, as you can see in this photo, join us in person today, where they were expressing themselves through watercolor. We have anatomy drawing and ballroom dancing and calligraphy and digital hybrid art and cooking and computer aided design, all coming up in the next couple of weeks, where there'll be virtual and in-person offerings for our students. And what I would love to share with you is how student agency in this particular program is really blooming, where the educator roles are transitioning to be thought partners with students and really helping students coach each other and themselves to figure out how they learn best. And one example of that is through a flexible schedule. So if we can go to the next slide, I can share a little bit about how a day in junior high might look. And you'll notice in option 1 and option 2, they have the same type of experiences. What's different is students can choose to enter at different points in the day. If you're an early riser or you're up feeding breakfast to your younger siblings and you're ready to go at 8 o'clock, you would join the 8 o'clock advisory. If you have what we know is well-researched, an adolescent brain that just needs to start the day a little bit later, you might enter advisory at 9:30, and their school day shifts based on their particular needs and preferences. And as students go throughout the day, they will make choices. Some are live synchronous options, and some options are asynchronous. And a lot of the parts during the day have both. And so a student can choose For this content area, I'm not feeling quite as confident yet, or I really need to work through it with peers, they would choose a live session. Other students might know, like for my wellness or my mental health, I just need to get up and move at this time of day. I'm going to choose the self-paced asynchronous option, and I might shift what time I do that at. So the students come to advisory and they build out their day with wonderful coaching questions from the teachers. And they move through their day in ways that are flexible and responsive to their particular strengths and opportunities of growth. And I will pass it off to Ms. Seglin.
Thank you, Dr. Nielsen-Winkelmann. Hi, all the school board members and all the community members. And I'm excited to share with you that we are a community-centered school. We are online, but not alone. Our work is collective and centered in love. And we are in community with caregivers and students. And we build and sustain partnerships through home visits. And you can see all the smiles and the connections we built with our caretakers and the scholars from those 2 home visit pictures. Could you please move to next slide, Elise? Thank you. And for next slide, you will see more pictures. Here is a picture of the 100th day celebration in Miss Pass's kindergarten and first grade learning community. They're so cute, and what a close and loving community they built. And also, just want to let you know, throughout the year, we also host optional in-person meetups. So I want to invite you to watch a short video of the most recent library meetup we hosted. Alice, could you please play the video? Thank you.
Our K-12 online learning. Virtual EDU is our K-12 online learning community in Hopkins Public Schools. Today we had an elementary meetup, and we did it at the Hopkins Public Library. So our elementary scholars, K through 6, joined us here in a space in human form instead of behind screens. We had some mystery readers, and then we got people set up with library cards and checked out books. So in addition to our scholars who were able to come in person, we had a Google Meet set up for those that weren't able to join us in the same space, and they were able to join our mystery readers in a Google Meet. So in Virtual EDU, we're really talented at building community online, and we know those face-to-face connections and friendships that they're forging in the online space. We can amplify them when we do bring people together in the same physical space as well. Kids were excited as they came in. They were wowed by all the books around them and being able to see friends that they've only ever seen before on screen in some cases. It was great to be in the room together listening to read alouds and then having a chance to explore with their friends and find books that they're interested in. In the future, we'll continue to have at least monthly meetups at the elementary level, and that will expand throughout our other grade levels as well in the coming years. Next month, we have a park meetup, so we'll get together back outside and burn off some energy and play some games together, and then we'll tailor events as children express interest in what they would like to do.
That is the update and the highlights of our school Virtual EDU. Thank you for your support. Please let us know if you guys have any questions.
Thank you so much. So exciting learning more about what's been happening in Virtual EDU. Over the past week, board members participated in some engagement sessions with our firm, Frankie and Fiorelli. Oh my gosh, F and F. I'm just going to start saying F and F. I don't know why I always mess it up. Who are helping us with some market research and around Virtual EDU and kind of where we as a district fit into this online school space. And some of the themes that came up, are this theme of community and restorative practices and all of these tenets of Vision 2031 that have been so beautifully integrated into virtual EDU. So the timing of this presentation is really great because we've all kind of been in that headspace, and so exciting to see how we are differentiating ourselves in terms of our online program that's so closely aligned with our strategic vision. Board member comments or questions for the virtual EDU team?
Yes, Chair
Yes.
Bouchard.
Yes, Director Adams.
How many people are, or how many scholars are in the virtual EDU system right now?
As of Sunday, we had 318 scholars, and just this morning, we were enrolling 3 more.
Oh, wow.
So are they coming, when you say enrolling 3 more, coming from our traditional classrooms into virtual EDU or from other schools?
The 3 that we are working with in partnership are coming from some of our physical buildings, but most of our enrollment has been a blend of new to district or new to Hopkins area or from in-person schools.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, we do have, if it's helpful to have an idea around like the open enrollment side of things, 94 from our October 1st to January 17th numbers, 94 of our scholars were open enrolled. 12 of them were new open enrolled to Hopkins straight into virtual EDU.
All right.
Any other board member comments or questions for this team? Thanks for asking that, Steve. I was wondering that too. Great, I'll turn it back to Director Erdahl.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Assistant Principal Zegland and Dr. Nielsen-Winkelman for sharing. And that fantastic video. Shout out, as always, to Kevin Noonan, who is a wizard and does amazing things with video. So Jolene, if you're out there, send Kevin a text that we loved his video. So next up, you can go ahead to the next slide, Elise. Next up, I'm going to introduce Principal Navidad to talk about multi-age classrooms that are happening at Alice Smith and across our district, and then also share in coordination with Principal Ness about our Juntos programming at the elementary level.
Well, good evening, Madam Chair, Dr. Mary Perry Reed, and members of the board, and our greater Hopkins community. As Director Erdahl discussed, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our multi-age elementary classrooms. The idea or the seed behind this approach to doing things differently was planted 4 years ago here at Alice Smith, when a group of courageous teachers said, you know, we need to do something to teach our scholars differently in 5th and 6th grade. And so they began to integrate a multi-age approach in literacy and begin to blend 5th and 6th grade scholars and within that one unit or within that one content. And so that flourished. And then this year, most schools, 4 out of the 6 schools, so 5 out of the 6 schools, Alice Smith, Tanglin, Glen Lake, Meadowbrook, and our virtual EDU took on the leap of faith to take it to the next level. And so we are integrating a multi-grade approach to our instruction. And so what it looks like is we have either a 1st and 2nd grade classroom composed of both 1st and 2nd graders, or a 3rd and 4th grade, or a 5th and 6th grade. And so we have a lot of those breakups throughout the whole, throughout all of the buildings. We do have some that are a little bit more encompassing 3 grades. Elise, if you can go back just a little bit. And so what is a multi-grade approach or a multi-age classroom? You know, really is taking, our scholars are placed in a heterogeneously family groupings for several years so that they loop with that teacher. When we think about the impact of our educators and with our scholars, relationship is what matters. And so really creating that strong relationship with those educators, and then ultimately meeting the needs of the child where they're at. Because in a classroom, they might be in a 3-4 classroom, the thematic instruction that is provided embeds the standards that are anywhere from second grade to fifth grade. And so the child comes into that space and we're meeting their needs where they're at. And they're not siloed by the olfactory model of having just grade levels and grades and retention and promotion. And so really it's personalizing the instruction and meeting each child where they're at while building the relationship and the rapport that that scholar and that family has with that educator. And so like I alluded, we are going to continue to develop this programming, and we're going to continue to improve upon it, and looking at what is the physical spaces, and it's the physical spaces and the structures that we have in place supporting this programming. Next, please. Now, Juntos at Alice Smith. So Juntos, which means together, is not new to our Hopkins education programming. Juntos has been at North Junior High for many years. But as we build on the world-class program that we have in Xingxing Academy, and our Vision 2031 highlights the importance of multilingualism, 2 years ago, Principal Ness and her leadership team took a leap of faith and brought to Eisenhower community the Juntos programming at the elementary level, a true dual language or immersion program in Spanish that started at kindergarten. And it started with, I believe, 2 sections. And so in school year 2020 and 2021, Eisenhower launched this amazing programming. And then last year, as our community really valued this program and the skills that our scholars will achieve, we were able to expand the program to also include Alice Smith. So this year, we have 2 sections of kindergarten at Eisenhower, 1 section at Alice Smith, and then we have 1 section at Eisenhower of first grade. Next year, then that continues to grow. Alice Smith will have a first grade, and Eisenhower will have kindergarten, first grade, and second. Our goal is to continue to grow, and we already have waiting lists for this year for next year's kindergarten classes. And so our community are telling us that they also, like our Vision 2031 reflects, values multilingualism. And so we will continue to grow this program until our 5th graders, who then will go to North Junior High, middle school, will continue the Juntos programming there. At this moment, I will take any questions that our board or would have.
Thank you very much. It was exciting to learn more about all of it. The multi-age classrooms, it's such a wonderful concept, and we heard a bit about it last year, but in order to better understand it, this update has been really helpful. Any questions or comments from my colleagues?
Chair Bouchard?
Yes.
I'm excited to see this presentation as an Alice Smith family. One of my children went through the pilot of the blended 5th and 6th grade literacy program. So I'm really excited to see that this has grown and become a bigger part of how we do education. But I'm wondering, so I know that those 5th and 6th grade teachers were very prepared for this kind of development and growth, but I am wondering, what about other staff and how are they prepared for meeting students where they're at within a classroom structure that might seem very different to what they were trained to do?
And so the needs of our educators in reimagining what teaching would look like has taken a path. It's a slow work in progress. I think that the beginning of the year, I can only speak for Alice Smith. Here we have 3 sections of 3, 4, and then 5 sections of 5, 6. And our 3, 4 teachers are unpacking, really understanding that is a multi-grade approach, and then how can we meet the needs of the scholars where they're at, and really collaborating with those, our 5th and 6th grade teachers. I know that we are, as a district, moving collectively and together in this programming. So I know a lot of conversations have and will continue to happen as a system. So both all of the schools that have multi-grade classrooms really collaborating and really getting this summer and this spring actually is we we are really launching a lot of this reflection and in tweaking our programming to really make sure that we are meeting the needs of all our scholars that are enrolled in this programming.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions? I have a brief comment about the Spanish immersion offerings. This, we can file it under the category of easier said than done. I just wanted to offer a bit of feedback I've been hearing from families in neighboring districts who are no longer happy with their districts and are looking to join us here in Hopkins, and that their only hesitation is that we don't have Spanish immersion at the grade level where their child would be entering in. So, at this point, it would be 3rd through 6th, right? And so that there is a desire for families who have been participating in immersion programs elsewhere to join us in Hopkins if we were able to offer those grade levels. This is I just wanted you to know this for context. And again, I understand that this is definitely an easier said than done scenario.
100%. I think that if we would be able to leverage the Juntos Spanish Immersion Program at all K through 6th grades, Isla would be out of a job. And so, because all their scholars who are going to Edina now would come to us. But we are not able at this moment to expand beyond this program. But again, next year, we might be able to go at a higher rate because we have the community drive and the community want for this immersion program.
It's really true. Thank you.
Chair Bouchard.
Yes.
I've got a question about the multi-age classrooms. What percent of your classrooms at Alice Smith are multi-age?
So I will take it by grade level.
Okay.
So 5 out of my 5 5th and 6th grade classrooms are multi-grade, and 3 out of my 5 3rd and 4th graders are multi-age.
Okay.
So we are offering a true 3rd grade experience and a true 4th grade only experience, and then 3 sections of 3-4.
Okay. And how are parents reacting to the multi-age, multi-grade arrangement?
The reflections from parents and students are either it's meeting the needs of my scholars, or we need a bigger space. And so as we at Alice Smith have torn down the walls between classrooms, so not only are we leveraging multi-age, but also a co-teaching atmosphere, that we're realizing that we need a bigger space to house all of our kids, because we're not just teaching in rows. We have 6 different spaces that look differently. Okay. And with 120 5th and 6th graders, I just need a bigger space for them. So the spacing has been an issue, and the sound has been an issue, but Director Newman has supported our building with providing sound paneling and canceling and really helping us with that, so that those spaces are used for what they are intended to use.
All right. Well, it sounds like we're bringing back the one-room schoolhouse to some extent.
Slowly but surely.
We'll keep the 12th graders away from those classrooms, though.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Any other questions or comments for Principal Navidad? Great. I'll turn it back to Director Ertl.
Thank you so much. And I am going to give the mic to Principal Ness. You saw on the previous slide a description of Juntos at Eisenhower, so I'm sure she'd be willing to answer any questions specific to Eisenhower. And I will have her talk about the primary years program.
Thank you, Anne, Director Ertl, and thank you, board members, community members, and colleagues. It is great to be here to talk about Eisenhower Elementary. So we are now, with the addition of Juntos, a 3-program school. We have our Shinxing Chinese Immersion, we have our Juntos Spanish Immersion, and we have our Community School English Pathway. And when I first started, it was a goal of mine to really get the school staff and community's feedback and input about what our operationalizing of Vision 2031 would look like. And after lots of feedback, input, meetings, brainstorming, visioning, we decided as a school that we would apply to IB Primary Years Program Candidacy. So we did that last year. When our new learning framework came out from our IDL department, we quickly realized that IB was, in addition to all of the reasons it aligns to Vision 2031, realized that it aligns very well with the Hopkins learning framework as well, which really solidified our decision to move in this direction. And so over the summer, we did our application and were accepted to candidacy. IB Primary Years Program Candidacy can last up to 3 years. And then somebody from IB will come out and we would become an authorized IB school. And so focus of our year one candidacy is introducing all of our student body, community, and teachers to the Pyp Learner Profile. You can see in the image there are words that describe the 10 traits of the learner profile. So some of them are principled, open-minded, knowledgeable, and we wrote a HEF grant this fall. Our media specialist wrote a grant to get books of the month all about our learner profile traits. And so that's one of the things we've really been working hard at this year is coming together as a school community to wrap our arms around those learner profile traits and how they embed into our daily lives and into our school. We also have been working really hard to complete our program of inquiry. And a program of inquiry is, it's like a big scope and sequence or like a curriculum map. So telling us which themes will be taught at what grade level throughout the school year. And that takes a lot of collaboration and work from staff. We have used some of our ESSER funds to fund teacher collaboration days, which have been very helpful as we've had to do lots of intensive unit planning and staff collaboration work around this. And we also have been working to align our school-wide goals with IB. So our restorative practices goals, our multi-tiered system of supports goals along with IB, which has also been a lift and been really exciting and important work.
Thank you so much, Principal Ness. Any board member comments or questions?
Chair Bouchard, I have a question.
Sure.
So since you've applied for the IB, is it qualification or certificate?
It's candidacy.
Candidacy. Will there be teachers who will have to be trained in the IB to be IB qualified?
Yes, one of the requirements to be an authorized school is that all licensed staff be trained by IB. We actually did do that training this October, so all of our licensed staff are IB trained.
And is there extra funding required for that, or where's the funding coming from?
Yep, so that funding is coming from our professional development fund.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Any other questions or comments for Principal Ness? Okay, Director Ertl, back to you.
Thank you so much. Next up, we will hear from Dr. Nolan. Go ahead, Elise, to the next slide, who is going to share about the exciting outdoor programming happening at Gatewood.
Good evening, everybody. Hope all is well. Madam Chair, board members, community members, Dr. Mary Perry Reed, thank you so much. We are really super excited about what's happening here at Gatewood in regards to our outdoor immersion program. I know prior at Eisenhower, teachers really got together out there and did some outdoor programming. Last spring, I had two of my kindergarten teachers came to me and expressed an interest in providing an outdoor immersion program at Gatewood. And I was like, yes, let's go. I'm really excited about it. And so we were an environmental focused school, and I thought it'd be a really cool transition to really lean in on the outdoor immersion component. If most of all who've been out to Gatewood, we have the area for it. And so it really was a good marriage. So our journey with outdoor immersion started this fall in the kindergarten. As you know, many of you know, we've received a lot of recognition about some of the great work. Our kids are super happy, they're engaged. We have incredible kindergarten teachers leading the way. And that with that being said, with all those different components, interest in our school being environmental focus, along with the area that we have the capacity to enhance outdoor immersion. And so next year, we will be a K-1 outdoor immersion school. We're building the infrastructure to make that happen. The one cool thing that we have going already that will help with our transition 23-24 to a full school immersion program is that we have a naturalist. And our naturalist is engaging all grade levels in regards to outdoor learning and programming. If you come to Gatewood right now, we have, you go in through the front doors to the left, we have tadpoles who are now getting legs now, turning into frogs. So that's been a really cool thing for our kids in our community. And then also we have some farm care or farm animals coming. Our chickens will be here April 28th. Our goats will be here shortly after. And so we're really embracing the school, the whole outdoor immersion component. And we're super excited. We've created partnerships currently also with Fridley District. And they want to come and see what we're doing. And then also MDE. MDE has been leaning a little bit on what we're providing and what we're doing for our scholars here at Gatewood. So really excited, lots of recognition, and I'm very excited about our future here.
Cool.
That's great. Thank you so much, Dr. Nolan. Yes, the outdoor immersion program has gotten so much attention. I've had friends who have kids in other districts reaching out, and they're like, can your district advise our district on how to do this? I'm like, no, you just need to get your kids into Gatewood. So, so really grateful for the work over there. Any comments or questions from my board colleagues for Dr. Nolan?
Yes, I have some. I'm Rachel Hartland, and I am thrilled about this programming. My children did preschool, outdoor preschool, and I would have loved to have a program like this on the west side of the cities. I am curious if you have larger infrastructure needs that you can see, especially as you go into the full school model in 23-24, given that we're bringing animals in.
Yeah, I know, I'm pretty excited. Yes, we do have, we've been working hard with buildings and grounds to identify the area around our space, to include some outdoor shelter work. We will be partnering also, the goal is to partner with a solar company to provide solar energy for that outdoor space. In addition, our naturalist has, if you come to Greenwood, he's also built some outdoor spaces on the hill that incorporates, you can do all kinds of cool things. You can have a classroom in this space. And so we're building the infrastructure. And I think as we go school-wide, we'll also include projects. Like we took a bunch of kids to out fishing, fourth grade out fishing, ice fishing the other day. And that was super cool, and lots of kids enjoyed it. So we will have our space on grounds, but we will also look to expand other opportunities off grounds too.
Could I ask what the care plan is for animals in the summer? Sort of out of curiosity, is this looked at as kind of a community sort of
It will be a community. Not only our grade levels will provide support and care, we will have parent volunteers, community volunteers to provide care. We also have an outside, not a vendor, but a person very familiar with farm care that can help us with immediate emergency needs. But this is going to be all hands on deck to take care of our little fur babies. So
I love that.
really excited about that.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Dr. Nolan? Great, thank you so much. Back to you, Director Ertl.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nolan. It's almost like it keeps getting better and better as, all of this together. It's so exciting. Next, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Camphy to talk about the West Junior High Community School Model.
Thank you, Director Ertl. Good evening to everybody, Chair Bouchard, members of the board, and Dr. Mary Perry Reed, and of course my colleagues. Dr. Nolan, just so you know, I did grow up on a farm in South Dakota, so if you need some tips on the farm animals, I might be your girl. So I have been here a couple of times to talk about the community school that we are building at West Junior High, and I have a pretty exciting update. Prior to this evening, I've talked a little bit about the first two things that you see here that are pillars of a community school, the expanded learning time and opportunities. We started this year with our flexible learning model, and that's been going wonderfully. I'm actually missing a band concert this evening. Our band teacher, Nora Tycast, took advantage of our flexible learning model this year, and she has students tonight who formed small ensembles and are doing a wonderful concert over at West. Families will move between 3 different rooms and get to hear these small ensembles playing that formed on their own and learned independently in our flex space. We have had a building instructional leadership team that's part of this collaborative leadership and practice for the last several years, and that team has been informing our work to move toward becoming a community school. But the exciting update that I'm here to talk about this evening is actually on the next slide, if you'd like to move forward, Elise. And that is related to a grant that we recently received from the Minnesota Department of Education. It's a startup grant to become a community school, and that's going to help us to provide the last 2 pieces of an official community school, the integrated student supports, and help us really actively involve our family and community. So we had our first meeting in February. We've got about 70 folks who have said that they would like to be part of the team. That includes staff, includes family members, and includes many, many, many community members who are interested in supporting our students at West. And we have started to form all sorts of different partnerships. We have talked with the founder of All Are Welcome here, the Minnetonka Climate Initiative. We are working with Resource West. We've met with a group called Creative Caponia, which is a mental health, creative arts, therapeutic organization, just all sorts of different supports that we are very excited to be bringing into West. Some of those supports have started working with our 9th grade students as part of our community project. Some are going to be coming in and working directly with staff, others working with staff and students both. So it is a really big, big project that is just now getting off the ground, and we are thrilled to have some resources to help us get it started.
Thank you, Principal Camphy. It's been really exciting over the past 2 years to just bear witness to the intentional building of the community school model. I think community school as a concept can be interpreted in different ways, and the way that West has really embraced the idea and then designed a model that truly serves the West community is inspiring. I've heard from my friends at the Minnetonka Climate Initiative that they're thrilled to be involved. So love the way that you've incorporated so many of our community members who just care so deeply about our students, because we know that's what's needed, especially right now. Questions or comments for Principal Camphy?
have one, yes. This is another program that I feel passionately about. This seems to me like the definition of what schools should be, and aligns so perfectly with our vision here. Is there plans, kind of upon seeing, I know the word complete is maybe too strong a word, but once this programming is in place, is there kind of an eye on spreading this programming and these ideas and pillars to our other, I guess specifically North, but even our other schools?
One of the things that FDE talks about is once you've received a startup grant and you've created a plan. So we have, the onus is on us now to create a plan for how we will develop our community school model at West. Once you've submitted that plan and started to enact that plan, the next step is that you can apply for an expansion grant. And so that's when you can start to think about, as a district, if you'd like to expand that to other schools. So that is a possibility that we can think about as a district if we would like to.
Okay, thank you. And I know at least I think Gatewood and possibly one other elementary have some of these additional supports as well, which I love to hear about. Thank you.
Great. Other, yes.
Oh, sorry. What was your inspiration behind implementing the community school program?
We actually started talking about this in the fall of 2018. We did some listening sessions with staff and families around what the needs at West were. And this idea of a community school kind of rose to the surface as people were talking about the things that they really thought West had strengths in, but also where West's needs were at that time. And we started talking about the idea, but at that time we didn't jump on it right away because our instructional leadership team wanted to make sure that we were being thoughtful about not only focusing on the supports, but also focusing on how we acknowledge our students' strengths and what they bring to the table. And so our vision of a community school is that our students are being equipped to build the community that we want to see in the world, that we are not bringing in supports so that they can replicate the world that is. We are bringing in supports to help them build something that is better, to build something that maybe is a world someday where there aren't so many people who need supports.
And one more follow-up question. Are there other schools in Minnesota who've implemented this model as well?
Yes, there are many other schools. Brooklyn Center, for example, is a community school district. So all of the schools in Brooklyn Center are community schools. There's a monthly meeting that we attend now that we have received this grant. And so there are schools, Rochester Schools has some community schools. There are schools across the state that are part of the community school network.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I will turn it back to you, Director Erdahl.
Thank you so much, Dr. Camphy. I'm really excited to hear next from Principal Sawatsky about project-based learning. This would have transformed my own teaching back when I was a high school teacher, and I wish, always what I wish I had known then, what I know now. So it's a topic near and dear to my heart.
Well, thank you, Director Erdahl, and hello to our awesome board and Chair Bouchard and Mayor Pierre Reed. So a couple years ago, we started really diving in on reimagining and talking about what we might feel has been missing from our classrooms. And we had a lot of staff really talking about how they missed the fun and the joy that used to come with a lot of creative options before standardized tests and standardization took over. And so we started small by doing some book studies and some learning, and really landed at a place to focus on project-based learning. So here is, you can see the elements of project-based learning, but I love the image of the dessert and the main course. So really, projects happen in school, but what most of the time happens is we give students a recipe. We tell them what their project's going to include. We might even show them what the final project will look like. And we get 27 desserts that look exactly like each other at the end of the learning unit. And project-based learning is much different. Learning is through the project, which is the main course. And the chefs, the students, really have a lot of voice and choice in the ingredients they use, so the topics they explore, how they're going to present their information, how they might work collaboratively or work alone, and then through feedback with their teacher or who ends up being a coach, can really critique and redesign and re-envision their product. So you can go to the next slide. We've had some really exciting units developed this year. We gave our staff the goal of developing 2 project-based units and then provided support through our instructional coach this year. But in kindergarten and first grade, we focused a lot on that sustained inquiry piece of project-based learning. So what does it mean to pay attention to your wonder questions? You can see some pictures of some kindergarten students and what the things they're wondering. We also have classrooms just capturing the questions that they're wondering about during the school day, and then providing opportunities for them to explore. In kindergarten, we have traditionally done some exploration into like pumpkins, right? And this year, our kindergarten teachers said, they put the pumpkin on the table and they said, what would you like to know about this pumpkin? And they documented all the questions that the students had, and then used the time within that week and that day to start answering students' questions and having them find the answers to those questions. Some in hands-on way, and then some through like a research lens. Older students, for example, we have our 5th grade students doing a simulated community called Pine River Valley. And in Pine River Valley, all of the students are citizens and they get jobs in the community, and they have budgets that they must balance each pay period, I suppose. They also elect a city council and they pass bills to improve their community. And so it's really just like a mini simulation that integrates then literacy through writing and reading bills, public speaking, math through financial plans, and budgeting. So it's very much a transdisciplinary project versus, just an end game kind of celebration. We also have currently our 6th grade students redesigning an outdoor learning space near their classrooms. So they have been interviewing engineers about what might go into a redesign of an outdoor space. And then they've been answering or interviewing each other and students of our school of what would you like to use the space for? And then selecting items to recommend that our PTO purchase to really design that space for the use that they see. One of the pictures here is a taco truck project that our 3rd graders did. They were charged to start a taco truck business and determine the menu and how much they would charge for these tacos and where they would take the taco truck to make as much money to clear their costs. And the students themselves talk a lot about the skills that they're learning from these projects. They are paying attention that they are learning the collaboration skills and the compromising skills that comes with doing a project and working with other people. So when we interviewed students, we kind of expected them to talk about, well, we're doing math because we're adding up the price of the food or how to make change, but they really said the skill of compromising, like when I have an idea and my partner has a different idea on how we decide what to move forward with, was probably the number one skill that has been learned so far. So that is great. It ties right in along with Vision 2031 and our graduate traits. So as we develop our units a little further, I do believe that we'll be looking to tie in graduate traits with perhaps our units of study as well.
Thank you, Principal Sawatsky. It's exciting to see these specific examples of project-based learning and hearing the anecdotes from the students that, just really makes it come alive for us. So thank you. Questions or comments from my board colleagues?
Chair Bouchard.
Yes.
Thank you, Principal Selesky, for presenting this slide and this information. Can you go into a little detail of what the anecdotal feedback you've received from the scholars that participated in this project-based learning and the feedback the communities provided, given that I'm pretty sure a lot of these scholars probably had different questions for their parents when they're out at a Target or, I don't know, out at the Station Pizza?
Yes. Students have the best wonder questions. And and what was great, like our kindergarten students listed all their questions, and you can see where the questions just slightly, go off track. Why is a pumpkin orange? Well, then it becomes, why isn't a pumpkin purple? Or why isn't a pumpkin green? Or, but yes, so far the students are finding a lot of joy in these projects, and they feel a lot of agency, a lot of choice, which coming out of the past couple years, our staff has really keyed in that students are desiring to talk about learning with each other or talk to each other, period. They want to have some choice about what they're learning and when they get to learn it. So it's a way really to add a lot of flexibility. And our students, another example would be, we had first grade students learn what it's like to go to school in different countries around the world. And then our students collected coins, got coins donated from their families, which they used to practice counting coins. But then they purchased a goat in Uganda. And so just making like global connections too. And so students were really proud of, making a difference and an impact globally.
Thank you.
Great. Director Erdahl, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you so much, Principal Sawatsky, for sharing that. Next, we have some exciting information to share about our partnership with Thrive Ed and our collaborative lab school. So I'm going to turn it over to Nicole Dimich and Shannon Finnegan.
Thank you so much, Director Erdahl, and good evening, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Mary Perry Reed, Chair Bouchard, and the Hopkins School Board, as well as Hopkins community members. We are so grateful to be able to, actually, it's been wonderful to hear all of the amazing things that are happening. We just keep smiling at each other thinking, oh, this is just beautiful to see all of these different manifestations of Vision 2031 and the innovation that's happening. So as Director Erdahl said, my name is Nicole Dimich, and I am the Executive Director of Thrive Ed. We are a local nonprofit, and we launched in 2019 alongside, we partnered with scholars, with families, with other educators. My work as an educator has been national and global around lots of different entry points. And in 2019, it was, we felt like it was time to go deep. We had been recognizing and hearing and deeply listening to educators, students, and scholars all around the world, and the need for deep transformation was evident. And so as we launched in 2019, we thought and we dove into this idea that students are incredibly insightful and really powerful when we partner with them in ways to say, what has school been like for you? What works, what doesn't? And then really reimagining and co-designing a whole new way. So that very first summer, we actually hired 21 student interns, some of which were Hopkins scholars, and some were across the metro area. They were middle and high school scholars, and we hired 7 what we called engagement guides. And in that summer, we were testing this idea of co-design and what is it like to have students in the driver's seat of their learning. We were testing and looking at how to shift the role of teacher to guide, facilitator, to really be thinking of, I love Dr. Winkleman when he talked about thought partners. I think that's exactly it. How do we change the role of teacher? And so we tested that summer, and our young people dove into different areas of education that they wanted to reimagine, and they researched those different areas. That culminated in a symposium where students started to share their ideas and their recommendations. That led to a second summer of internships where our young people and 2 engagement guides, one of your very own, Shannon Finnegan, and Korsha Hassan, developed 2 two-day workshops along with our scholars, our student interns, one on restorative practice and another on co-design. And the idea there was that our students the very first summer said, we really want to learn with our educators to reimagine school. Antonio, who was one of our interns and a Hopkins School scholar, said, school should be a place where you design your life. And so we were finding ways to figure out how to support that. At the same time, we were, and then just as an aside, we've been able to work with some of the elementary schools in the virtual academy in facilitating some work around restorative practice and having scholars and educators learn together and implement that back in their own context. Then in that very first spring, I met with Dr. Rhoda Mary Perry Reed, and we had this moment of realizing, or I had been noticing that you all had been hiring scholars to gather feedback from the community. And so we talked about what would it be like if we did a deeper dive and created a whole collaborative lab school, a whole nother pathway at Hopkins High School, where folks, where we could really do something different, and others could learn what that would look like. And so we've developed trust and relationships over the course of the last 2.5 years. We have been working in partnership with Associate Principal Kelly Tennyson and Principal Crystal Ballard. We're so grateful to be able to have that type of collaboration. And we are ready to launch this fall. And so that whole partnership has evolved over time. That's really been phase 1. We've spent a lot of time together really looking at what an implementation plan would look like and aligning our visions. So Shannon, I'm going to let you talk about phase 2.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for welcoming me to your space tonight to talk about Thrive Ed and the Collaborative Lab School. And one thing I'll just give a shout out to in that phase 1 and just everything that has happened so far with the Hopkins and the Thrive Ed collaboration is that it really has been collaborative at all levels. So there have been students at the table and educators at the table too. So as an educator in your district, it has been a source of joy and empowerment for me over the last couple of years to be trusted and to be a part of this collaboration. And it's also really impacted the way in which I show up with my students. And so that shift from being the teacher to being engagement guide has been a really powerful one for me personally. So it's been a joy, and I want to thank you for that opportunity. We are currently in phase 2 of launching the Collaborative Lab School. We really started this past fall as we began working on the hiring process. And the hiring process, like everything else we do, was co-designed with students and staff. So students actually were a part of selecting the interview questions, designing the interview process. And so when I went through the interview process in November, there were students and staff from both Thrive Ed and Hopkins at the table interviewing me and making the decision about hiring me, which they ultimately did, and I'm so thankful for that. We went through the same process again in January to hire a second engagement guide who will be joining us next week to continue the process, and we'll be looking to hire more educators to our team later this spring. Part of what the second engagement guide and I are going to do in term 4 is we're actually going to be hosting a course at the high school where scholars will be able to work with us in a blended learning course, thanks to Tiffany Nielsen-Winkelman's support from Virtual EDU. And in that blended course, we're going to run, similar to what we've done in the Thrive Ed student internships, a process whereby students will earn credit for class to be able to put their voice towards co-designing many aspects of the lab school. So everything from what the space might look like and being a part of the process of hiring more engagement guides, talking about internship opportunities, designing the schedule, co-designing our student handbook, or what we want our culture to be like as a new school. And so that term 4 course will run beginning in April and will involve some scholars at the high school being a part of that. We are also continuing our collaboration with Hopkins leaders. So we've worked closely with Jolene's team. We've continued working with the high school administration as well. We are super excited to share that as of last Wednesday, March 9th, registration for the lab school is officially live and exists on the Hopkins website. We also hosted our first family and student information night where we welcomed people from not just the Hopkins community, but other communities as well. We've had some students already express interest on open enrolling in Hopkins so that they can join the lab school. And we've had our first student who has registered and put forth a beautiful registration form to express interest in the lab school. We are working on co-designing a process for if we do need to do selection, if we have more students apply than what we can adequately support in our first year, what that process might be like and how we might equitably select students to be a part of this program and maintain representation of the high school. This model really does work for all students and not just one particular student type. And we are hosting another family night on Thursday, April 7th. That one will be in person at the high school, and we'll host sessions at 3 p.m., 6 p.m., and 8 p.m. to accommodate family schedules for folks who want to learn more. And we're working with Alex Fisher at Community Ed to meet with our family liaisons as well and really figure out ways to engage all families in Hopkins in learning more about this opportunity and providing feedback in the co-creation of the school, which will lead us to phase 3.
Which is the launch this fall. 60 to 120 scholars, 10 through 12, with 4 to 5 engagement guides. We are, as a nonprofit, we are working in partnership and collaboration with Hopkins. So that's where this deep co-design is not only for our students, it's also for all of our different aspects of developing the lab school. That was really important to all of us, is that it wasn't Thrive Ed coming in and doing this for Hopkins, that this was us doing this together to really offer this transformation to the educational community, both here and then beyond. So that's phase 3. We're also looking to confirm a space by May 1st. And so that is certainly one of the most frequent questions that we get is, where will it be located? And so our goal is to have a solidify or a location by May 1st. So I think we can go to the next slide. Next slide. So the last piece we wanted to share was this idea of the 5 elements. Like, what are some of the components of the lab school?
And what makes it different? We're actually going to go from the bottom up. So one of the first elements and what again makes us us is student agency through co-design. That's been a theme I've heard throughout this evening. And so I said to Nicole, I'm glad we're opening this at the high school to get ready for all of these learners who will be coming our way from all of your beautiful schools in Hopkins. The co-design process is really educators and students working together as thought partners and deciding, what do we want to learn? What's a problem we want to solve? Looking at case studies from our community partners of real issues that they're facing in their workplaces, looking at certain topics we might want to cover to be able to meet graduation standards or getting ready for a test, but students and educators working together collaboratively to determine what we want to learn and how we want to learn it, and then how do we want to show and assess our learning.
flexible curriculum and the school day is using time dramatically differently for scholars as well as for engagement guides. So this idea would be that we would certainly have the credits and the standards, and students will meet all of their credits, all of their standards, all the requirements that they need to be set up to decide what they want to do when they leave us. And within that context, that might mean that they take some courses back at the high school. That might be they take some PSEO courses. That might be that they design their own. And we'll be working with students and scholars on this notion of mentorship to be able to set that up. So our engagement guides will work with our scholars to make sure that really to co-design their experience as well as to set up their day, both on an individual day-to-day basis, as well as to ensure that their plan post-high school, that they're really set up to design and explore all of the different options they have very intentionally so that they can take that next step with confidence.
Number 3 there is student mentorship, but it's also much bigger than that because it will be centered in relationships and community. You see in the picture here, many of our student interns and my co-engagement guide from 2020, Korsha Hassan, who was that year's Minnesota Teacher of the Year. Anaya at the center of this picture talks about how the relationship she has at Thrive Ed, not just with her engagement guides, but also with her peers, disrupt the normal hierarchy that you see in public schools, in that we are collective, we are a community, and she feels safe engaging with all of us, including her peers. And so we will have dedicated mentors for each student to guide them through this process, help them navigate this new way of doing school, but we will also be building restorative practices as part of the foundation of this school so that students feel safe showing up as their full authentic selves to learn together.
Second one is meaningful assessment feedback. And this component is oftentimes there can be really engaging, innovative components, but sometimes the assessment falls short. And we go back to traditional methods of assessment. And so that's been my wheelhouse for a long time. I've been helping schools all over the place reimagine, rebrand assessment, and really think of assessment as evidence of learning and not just completion of work. And so certainly a large part of what we'll do as we're co-designing is making sure that the evidence itself is on critical competencies, things that are really relevant for our young people to learn, as well as gathering assessment evidence in a real intentional way so that young people know what their strengths are, what their next steps are, and we as the community can really support them in taking those next steps. We take a very strength-based approach, both to assessment as well as to how scholars will engage with the lab school. And then the last one is internship services. One aspect, we've been looking at different models over the last 5 to 10 years around different schools. And one of the models that we'll be looking at and looking to engage is to have scholars in internships or service learning opportunities regularly, once a week. And they'll be learning some of those competencies and standards in the context of those partnerships that we are creating with in a very intentional way so that they can explore all of these different areas that they can choose to engage in as they make their plans for their future. This is the 5 elements, and certainly thank you for, we get excited about all of the different components. There certainly are a lot of logistics, and we just are really grateful to be able to partner with you all. So I will toss it. Anything else? Did I miss anything?
No.
All right, I'll toss it back to you all.
Thank you so much. Well, certainly a lot to be excited about with this collaboration that has been a long time in the making. And thank you for all of your intentionality and willing to take this risk because it's really an exciting one that I think is going to have that will have some great rewards associated with it for our students and our entire community. Maybe one question for the Thrive Ed team. I'm just looking at the time here.
Chair Bouchard?
Yes.
Not a question, but just a comment. As someone who leads the Equity and Inclusion Student Advisory, I was happy to see so many of their recommendations to the school board being ticked off by this collaborative lab school. So thank you for all your work.
Great connection. Thank you. Back to you, Director Erdl.
Thank you so much. And I really appreciate everybody's patience. I know have gone over time now. And there's just so many things to share. So maybe next time we can even think about breaking it into two different segments. But last on our agenda is Paris Timmons, and she is going to be sharing about some summer exciting programming, Freedom School.
Good evening, everybody. I'm going to apologize in advance in case I get our kid running through here. You hear screaming. I got kids. I am very excited to share with you not a new program, but a new to Hopkins program. We are going to have our very first host our very first CDF Freedom School program in Hopkins this summer. And for our first year, we are going to serve scholars going into 7th, 8th, and 9th grade. I could talk on and on and on about how incredible Freedom School is, but I can't. So I put into a few sentences here, and then I'm going to explain what the slide is, and then I'll take questions. So the Children's Defense Fund, CDF, Freedom Schools program is a 6-week multicultural literacy-based experience that is deeply rooted in the civil rights movement. It derived in the early 60s during the civil rights movement as a way to have students of color, more specifically African American students, receive academics that they were not getting in public education. And so scholars in this program will immerse themselves in engaging curriculum, activities, and opportunities that exercise their critical thinking, camaraderie, social emotional learning, and so much more. This screenshot is from just a slide deck that I had created, but it had all the things in there that I wanted to share. So here it goes. What it's going to look like this summer is every Freedom School day begins with what's called Harambe, which means like all together, pulled together. And it's where everybody's coming together in a space, and we are uplifting each other. We are sharing good things. We're talking about literature. We're meeting people in the community that are coming in as guest speakers, etc. The energy within Harambe sets the tone for the whole day. Within Harambe, one of the components is what's called Cheers and Chants. And I did put a little clip in here, but I know we're over time. It was just going to show you what the energy looks like within that space. After Harambe, the last thing that we do in Harambe is what's called the Motivational Song. And essentially it's basically there's something so strong inside of me, I can do anything I want. I can do anything I put my mind to. And scholars will sing this every single day. After Harambe begins the integrated reading curriculum, which is taught by servant leader interns. They're not historically licensed teachers. And it's approximately like 3 hours-ish, focusing on culturally relevant pedagogy, utilizing materials that excite learners, that reflect the learners that are in the program. This year's theme is I Can Make a Difference. So within the 6 weeks, like week 1 is I can make a difference in myself. The next one's I can make a difference in my community, my family, etc. And then the afternoon portion is unique in every Freedom School. Just really like what do the scholars in your program, need to put to life what they're learning in the morning. So for Hopkins, what we're going to do is expand on that I can make a difference in those themes, and we are going to expand it through our scholar task forces that we had in the fall, where I went to each of the 3 secondary schools and got scholar feedback on what are some things that would make learning especially in the summer months, more interesting and exciting, and something that they can look forward to. We have an amazing list, and so we are incorporating those the results from that Scholar Task Force, those Scholar Task Forces, into the afternoon portion for enrichment for Freedom School. Another thing that is unique within the Freedom School model is parent engagement classes once a week, where families come in of the scholars that are participating, and building community, building relationships with not only parent to parent, but a staff and parent and scholar, and it's like a whole big great goodness ball of awesomeness. Let's see, what else am I missing? I feel like I just talked a lot in a very little time. But yeah, it's quite amazing. Minnesota has the highest, fun fact, Minnesota has the highest number of Freedom School sites in the nation. So it's super amazing to be a part of this movement. And we look forward to expanding in years to come. The curriculum does, they go by levels. So it's, level 1 is like grades like 1 and 2, or 1, 2, and 3. Level 2 is like 3, 4, 5, etc. So the curriculum serves going into first grade through 12th grade. So knowing that we can expand is also quite wonderful as well. Yeah, I'll be done. If you have questions, go ahead and ask.
Vice Chair Andreessen had a question.
I just was wondering, what are the plans for the grade level for this summer? Is it secondary, high school, first grade?
7, 8, 9.
7, 8, 9. Great,
Yes.
thank you.
So for the summer program, we're offering Camp Royal, the summer learning at Camp Royal for our elementary scholars, and then Freedom School will be for the junior high scholars, and then
thank you.
Our normal high school programming. Yeah.
Thank you so much. When we got the update that Freedom School will be coming to Hopkins, I yelped out loud. I was like, yes, finally. As you said, it's an incredible program with this liberatory approach and has a long history in the state of Minnesota. And so I'm so glad that our community gets to experience it now. And thank you for all of your work on it. Director Erdahl, I'll turn it back to you to wrap us up.
Well, I just want to say thank you so much to all of our leaders, school leaders, those who presented tonight, and those who maybe didn't present tonight but have been really integral in all of the work in moving our innovative programs forward. So thank you so much. And we look forward to presenting next year at another innovative programs update, and who knows what we'll be talking about a year from now. It's exciting times.
So much to look forward to. Thank you so much. This was really uplifting. Dr. Mary Perry Reed, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard. Director Erdahl, and I just want to thank you and the team for really marvelous reports. I know we went way over time, but I do think it was time well worth it. Teaching and learning is the most important function in our organization, so we want to, demonstrate that by paying attention to what is happening in our classrooms and all of our learning spaces. I do want to remind our school board and listening audience that all of these ideas, so remember Principal Camphy said that the community school idea came from community members, and actually all of these ideas came from our Hopkins community when more than 250 staff, parents, and students sat on the strategic task forces after we launched Vision 2031 in 2018. So our community members told us that they want scholars to have IB at more schools, more outdoor and virtual learning opportunities, more language immersion pathways, a less complicated preschool model, less rigidity with parameters such as grade levels and assessment, a greater focus on the whole child and holistic needs of students, and of course, more hands-on, more real-world, more kinesthetic learning and student choice. And so I'm so grateful to our school and program leaders for being visionary and responsive to what our community is asking for so that our scholars will be prepared for this world. So thanks to all of you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We'll move to our next agenda item, which is a brief discussion on community engagement. This is actually really targeted, thinking about how we want to engage our community around our budget conversation this year. So our board goal area 2 is a Vision 2031 aligned budget, which falls under operational leadership. One of our action items is to create more opportunities for community members to learn about and engage with the budgeting process. And so I'd like to offer a plan, get your feedback on it. So thinking about 3 components to the engagement around budgeting. One engagement session that would be like a Hopkins Budget 101, a level set, a primer for community members who are seeking to better understand the budget. Another engagement session on the topic of ESSER dollars, which has also, been a hot topic and a confusing topic. How much have we received? What has it been used on? What are the plans to use the rest of the ESSER dollars? And then the third element would be updating the information on the financial health page of our district website to reflect the current budget conditions and process. And then if you've taken a look at that page before, last year, we also included video links to the engagement sessions so that if folks weren't able to make it, they could access that information on the web page as well. So I wanted to get your reactions to that 3-part plan.
I like it.
Great. Excellent. Okay. So thinking that Directors Peterson and Adams, who serve on CFAC, could be the point board members for each engagement session. Of course, other board members up to 3 are welcome to attend the engagement sessions as well. And then Director Adams had the great idea last time we talked about this to include some of our CFAC members in the engagement sessions as well. So what I propose is that Directors Peterson and Adams, if you could reach out to CFAC to see, at what level they might want to be involved in the engagement sessions, and then work with Dr. Mary Perry Reed to get those scheduled at a time that works for you and the CFAC folks. And then Dr. Mary Perry Reed can let the rest of the board know when those engagement sessions will take place to see if there are other board members who'd like to attend. And then we'll just make sure that it's no more than 3 of us at each session. Does that sound okay?
Sounds good.
All right, great. Let's move to our next agenda item, which is our fiscal year 2022-23 budget update. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Mary Perry Reed.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair Bouchard. So following our school board's engagement with CFAC, our Citizens Financial Advisory Committee, our district leaders, in partnership with our school leaders, have begun to construct our predictable staffing model, the second iterations of those. And this is the resource allocation tool that gives principals the fiscal resources to inform staffing and program implementation. And all of this work happens within the context of Director Toriro Chapanduka and his team preparing a district budgeting process for this resource allocation. So we'd like to make sure that our school board is continually updated with our budgeting process, and I'll turn it over to Director Chapanduka.
Thank you, Dr. Mary Perry. Good evening, Chair Bouchard. Good evening, respective board members. Good evening, colleagues and the community at large. Actually, I have a brief presentation here I'll be sharing with you where things are and what we are planning to do so that we can at least produce a preliminary budget which will be brought in front of the board sometime in April. Alice, if you can start that presentation, please. Thank you. You can go to the next slide. So our budget process actually really kind of starts in July. I just wanted to give you the budget development timeline. So our budget process starts sometime in July, one with the approval of the facilities 10-year capital plan, which is part of our levy. And within that process, we also start prepping up for the audit audit for the district, the year end, and we're closing our books. This is in July. In August, we start getting information input into the levy system with MDE. At the same time, we are also going through the audit. September, the board approves the preliminary pre-certification of the levy, which is actually where our revenues start to kind of take shape. And we also start pulling up numbers on what enrollment looks like, since enrollment drives revenue into the district. In October, we get our initial October 1 enrollment actuals, which definitely inform the earlier preliminary allocations within our budgets, since we are doing our budget process differently starting this year. And at the same time, we start meeting with the CFAC, the Citizenship Financial Advisory Council. In November, we have met with CFAC. We start putting together what our priorities, our allocation criteria look like. In December, we did meet and started discussing about how we prioritize our instructional and operational either new investments or existing investments, which either need to get new funding. In December, we also host the Truth in Taxation, which actually gives the community the ability to contribute and air their views in regards to property taxes. At the same time, in December, we are also certifying the final levy for the district, which was sitting at a little over $58 million in pay fiscal year 23. At the same time, in December, we are also starting to pull some of the information we need with some of the staffing data for the opportunity to start prepping up on what our funding will look like as it goes into the buildings. In January, February, the CFAC gives recommendations to the board, which they did in February. We also start meeting with staff, which we started to do in January with some of our staff budget meetings. We started putting together some of the evaluations on our programs and some of the prioritizations of how resources will be allocated either through the predictable staffing model or through other categorical revenues the district receives. In March, which is the period where we are, we finalize on the recommendations. We start allocating resources to our buildings to start doing the tie-outs, one with staffing, with their purchase services, with their supplies, or any other needs which are within the buildings. In April, we come back to the board after we have calculated the preliminary information with a preliminary budget, as well as an amended budget for the current fiscal year. In May, we present our first budget read to the board for discussion. And in June, we bring the budget to the board for final authorization, and that ends our timelines in our budget development process. Can you go to the next slide, Alice? So as I mentioned, our first stab at the budget is to look at our enrollment projections. And this is part of the information we did share with the board on February the 8th. And as you can see, between fiscal year 21 and we project to fiscal year 27, fiscal year 26, 27, you can see that our enrollment projections are flat. There's a slight increase, but for the most part, our enrollment projections are pretty flat. So we'll just have to work with the resources we have, leverage our finite resources, make sure we are efficient, we're intentional with how we are using our funding. At the same time, we always have a cloud on what we don't know in regards to any inflationary increase coming to the district from the state or the federal government. Our next process, which we started doing, is alluded to by the superintendent, is to start looking at our budget allocation components. Can you go to the next slide, Alice? Thank you. So one of the things we've been doing, working with leadership, with school leadership, with staff, is to identify any meaningful changes we need to make within our predictable staffing model, this allocation, which we define as PSM 2.0. One of the factors we've put into consideration, as was reported by the CFAC members, we factored in a 2% increase within our revenue, since that was approved and confirmed by the state. We also have factored in a 3% cost of living adjustment. As most of you know, our inflation is going up really high this year. So we did factor in a cost of living adjustment of 3%. We factored in a fringe benefit increase of 3%. We have factored in a 7% inflationary increase for purchase services and supplies, a 5% utilities and energy inflationary increases, although our current projections and actuals, as we see through the consumer price index, is inflationary in the energy and utility sector is actually running around 33-34%. But we do buy some of our energy ahead of time so that we circumvent some of the situations we are seeing right now. We are also factoring in the categorical funding, which is mostly driven by the free and reduced lunches or some of the guidelines from the state with achievement and integration. Any remaining dollars after we've allocated the required resources through the predictable staffing model, as well as the allocations to other programs and departments, those remaining resources are actually allocated as discretionary dollars into our buildings by dividing the remaining dollars by the total number of projected enrollments across our system and multiplying that by enrollment in each building. We also have other resources like title grants, which are also calculated based on free and reduced and other components, which benefit some of our locations, not all of them, since they are all driven by the application for benefits. We also have factored in some of the site instructional and supplies material, which are actually covered either in the central office or covered within a building. And we give buildings those allocations. What we've not factored in, I will explain as we go further, what we've not factored into the current assumptions are the ESA 3 resources we received, and I'll explain where things are. So thank you, Chair Bouchard, for bringing that up. I kind of put something together here, preliminary, and we can explain further as we meet with the community. Can you go to the next slide, please? So putting all the factors I just discussed, we did run a preliminary projected budget to see where we are within our revenue, factoring in the anticipated 2% increase, factoring in the different inflationary components as I described them in my previous slide. So when we factor in our increases to the revenue, we are projecting at this point in time a revenue allocation to the district of about 110 million, 0.6. When we factor in the inflationary components, as I described with the 3% cost of living adjustment, the 3% fringe benefit increase, the 7% increase on purchase services and supplies, the 5% increase on utilities and energy, our projected expenditures will be about $112.2 million, which leaves us with a deficit of about $1.5 million. And this does not put into consideration some of the one-time funds we've received with the ESSA 3, which I'll explain further. Can you go to the next slide, please? So in fiscal year 21, fiscal year 22, we received allocations in addition to what the federal government had given us with the coronavirus relief funds, which was a little less than $2 million. The ESSA one through the CARES Act, which was about $1 million to the district. We also received the ESSA 2 allocations, and those allocations for ESSA 2 have all been distributed to the buildings. So our first allocation, which was out of the $2.6 million, our first allocation was allocations we used to fund all the counselors for fiscal year 22 to the tune of $1.2 million. We also allocated about $145,000 to special services for some of the additional needs, social and emotional learning. We are also mandated to allocate a portion of our ESSA dollars to District 287 Intermediate, since we have some of our scholars going there. So that allocation for ESSA 2 was about $47,000. The remaining $1.2 million were allocated using a formula to the buildings to meet some of their needs and priorities for the current year. So when we add all those up, it comes up to that $2.6 million, meaning that there's no surplus or no deficit within the ESSA 2 allocations. Can you go to the next slide, please? The other allocation was the ESSA 3, which was the little over $6 million. And some of those resources have already been allocated. Some are still being prioritized, and we are still having discussion with key stakeholders on what we need to do with those resources. So out of the $6 million, we are mandated to actually set aside $1.2 million to cover what the state defined as learning loss. And this will have to be programs which are impacting students directly in the classroom in person. We also put a little over $2 million towards the virtual EDU. As Director Eto and the team were explaining to you, some of those resources were used to start the virtual EDU school. Again, like I mentioned with the ESSA 2, we are also mandated to allocate some of the dollars within the ESSA 3 to District 287, Intermediate 287. So that allocation is a little over $105,000. We also have been mitigating some of the pandemic needs within our buildings. One, first of all, knowing that when we received these funds, the main component they were supposed to cover were mitigations for the pandemic, with some of the PPEs we had to buy, some of the allocations we had to put in buildings to make sure that our buildings were upgraded with their ventilations, making sure that our students had masks and other components which we have been paying for throughout the year. $250,000 of the ESSA 3 were allocated to transportation to cover up the Flex Friday at our secondary schools for this year. $96,000 was allocated to cover some of the liaisons between family liaisons and some of the nurses in our buildings who are actually helping with the mitigation, some of the tests which have been going on in our different locations. $246,000 was allocated to cover the Freedom School, since this is a new initiative for the district. About $100,000 has been allocated to cover some of the community education programs which are used to mitigate some of the needs within our scholars. So if I add all those up, it takes us to about $4.5 million, which leaves us with about $1.4 million. Like I said, we are still working with some of our key stakeholders to identify what we'll do with these dollars, whether use them as part of mitigating that deficit we are seeing within our general fund. The other piece we are also looking at, if you can go to the last slide for me, Alice. The other factor we are also looking at is to also leverage some of the savings we had in fiscal year 21 with some of the assigned fund balances so that we minimize any loss of services or personnel since we are anticipating that budget deficit. So we're trying to leverage some of these ESSA dollars. We're trying to leverage some of the savings we had so that we can minimize this impact. But the impact is real, and we'll keep working on identifying ways and means to manage our resources in a more intentional and strategic way. That's all I have. Trying to be respectful to time. I'll take any questions the board may have.
Thank you very much, Director Chapanduka. Just to give us a sense of timeline, when do you anticipate that preliminary budget approval taking place in April?
I was thinking the second meeting in April. I think it's April 19th, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. Yeah, it's the 19th. Okay, great. Thank you. With our 2 remaining minutes, any questions for Director Chapanduka? Well, thank you very much, Director Chapanduka. I know we'll be seeing you again on April 5th, and then, of course, again on the 19th. And we're always thrilled to see you. And thank you for all the work that you're doing behind the scenes to prepare our budget for next year. I do want to acknowledge that we were not able to get to our final workshop agenda item, which is an important one. And so I'm asking the board's permission to put that as our first agenda item on the workshop for April 5th.
Sure.
Great. Thank you. So with that, we will end our workshop. And I do want to give board members a bit of a break. So let's plan to meet back at the table at 7:05. Thank you. This meeting of the Hopkins School Board is called to order at 7:05 p.m. I'm Chair Jen Bouchard. I'd like to welcome our community members who are here with us in the physical space and those who are joining us via the YouTube live stream. Our first agenda item is open agenda. This is one of the times during the meeting when we take public comment from our community. We do believe that hearing from our community members is crucial for implementing Vision 2031. So we offer two different options for giving public comment. The first is to leave a voicemail, and the instructions for that are in each board packet that's posted every week. And so we play those voicemails publicly at the board meeting. Another option is to attend in person to give public comment. So this evening, we received numerous voicemails. We are able to play the first 9 of them. We have 30 minutes set aside for public comment regarding items on the agenda. All of the voicemails we received are regarding items on the agenda. If we have people who have come in person to give public comment, and we have one this evening who handed me a public comment card before the meeting began, then we do have to limit how many of the voicemails we can play so that we can give opportunity for in-person commenters as well. So we will play 9 of our voicemail comments, and then I'll welcome our in-person commenter to the table after that. Before we begin, I'd like to read the guidelines for public comment. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Public comment is for input only. Members of the school board will not respond directly to public comments that are made at this meeting. No specific action will be taken at this meeting in response to comments that are made or issues that are raised during public comment related to items not on the agenda. If the board determines that action is appropriate, that action will occur at a future board meeting. A district representative may follow up with you after the meeting. I will recognize one speaker at a time. Only those speakers who are recognized will be permitted to speak. Individuals who interfere with or interrupt speakers, the board, or the proceedings may be asked to leave. Personal attacks on any individual, including any other speaker during the public comment session, are unacceptable, as are obscenities or profanity. Persistence in making such remarks will end the individual's opportunity to address the board and may result in the individual being directed to leave. I will rule out of order any statement that would violate state or federal law, school board policy, or the privacy rights of an individual. Minnesota's open meeting law prohibits the discussion of private educational data during an open meeting. Accordingly, during the public comment session, no person may discuss private educational data on an identifiable student. The open meeting law also requires the board to close a meeting for preliminary consideration of allegations against an employee. Accordingly, community members who have concerns about an employee or want to file a complaint or allegations against an employee are encouraged to contact the superintendent directly. Repeated violations of these time, place, and manner restrictions may also lead to the meeting being briefly recessed. Community members will have an opportunity to be heard within the limits of the law and subject to the time, place, and manner restrictions above. After listening to all of that, thank you for your willingness to participate in public comment this evening. So we will start with our voicemail public comments, and I am just pulling up the name list here. So our first comment is from Eloise, Caitlin, Renee, and Amalia.
Hi, I'm Eloise Bullen, Caitlin Ditzler, Renee Williver, and Amalia Tykas, and we're from North Junior High. We're here to talk about you lifting the mask mandate. Less than 50% of the people at Hopkins are vaccinated, which means that the numbers are going to skyrocket as soon as the mask mandate is taken away. The total number of deaths has been 953,000. That number is just going to keep going up. The COVID rates are going down, but they're not going away. If we don't continue to make us wear masks at school, those numbers will hit the roof. We understand that other schools are doing this, but is Hopkins really just a follower? We have a high chance of going back online if we lift the mask mandate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Raven.
Be quiet. Hi, my name is Raven. I have 2 children at Meadowbrook Elementary and a third who would be looking into the early childhood preschool. I would like the board to move to the district to masks optional. I feel like the majority of kids are in cloth masks anyway, which the CDC has said are ineffective. And I feel like children's social emotional well-being is being deeply affected by being around people who are masked all day long. So if there's no real benefit, and there is a likely harm, then I feel like this should automatically be moved to an optional situation, especially for the early childhood. I'm confused as to why that is being put on a separate agenda. I think all the kids in the district should be moved to optional. That is my input. Thank you for considering it.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Kaisha.
Hi, my name is Kasha Fahey, and I am leaving a message about pre-K mask choice. I am a parent of a preschooler in the Kaleidoscope program, and I'm calling to request that the changes to the mask policy include pre-K students as well as elementary students. I would like to see masks be optional for these kids as well. As we've all realized, COVID is not going away, and kids may once again be asked to require masks next fall, the year after, we don't know. So I'm hoping that we can reserve the masks for the times when it's truly necessary. And according to the CDC, we are in a low-risk period. Cases have fallen. The hospitals are no longer at max capacity. So I'm hoping that we can give these preschoolers a few months of experiencing school by seeing their teachers' faces, reading books, by playing with each other, and enjoying all the things that we've certainly all taken for granted. Parents that would prefer to do so can continue to send their child to school wearing a mask. And again, in all other settings, masks have become optional. So church, shopping, restaurants, playgrounds, all these areas, these children will not be masked or will be masking only by choice. And so it would seem important that in the one area where they're doing some of the most important work of their day, that they also be allowed to experience that without the hindrance of the mask, which we're thankful for and glad that everyone's been wearing them. But now is the time to update this policy and start to return to normal as much as we can. Yes, I sincerely hope that Hopkins can update this mask policy, not just for elementary students, but for pre-K students as well, just in accordance with the new CDC guidelines and in accordance with the guidelines that are currently in place in all other locations. Thank you for taking the time to hear this comment. Bye.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Claire.
Hi, my name's Claire. I'm a parent, and I'm just calling about the mask mandate that you'll be discussing. And I was just going to say that I've heard that the pre-K that decision is separate than the K through 12, and I guess just, if you decide to get rid of the mask mandate, then I would just ask that you do the same for the pre-K. Thanks so much. Bye.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Hannah.
Hello, my name is Hannah Colbert. I'm a para at Hopkins North Junior High, and the agenda item I'm calling about is masking in secondary schools. I would like to first thank the school board for delaying the vote on this issue. I have appreciated having time to prepare for the possibility of what would be a very large change to my work environment. I have been working in person at North Junior High for 4 years, before and during the pandemic. I am once again urging you not to lift the masking requirement in secondary schools at this time. Throughout this pandemic, we have watched the same pattern unfold across the country over and over again. When case numbers drop, precautions are lifted, cases rise, people get sick, some become permanently disabled, and vulnerable people die. Precautions are reintroduced, cases decrease, and then the cycle starts again. This pandemic is not over. We can deny the reality of COVID and the harm it does disproportionately to those who are already vulnerable, or keep basic precautions to protect our entire community. Long COVID affects at least 10% of people who have been infected with COVID-19, whether they had a severe case or were asymptomatic. This is including fully vaccinated people. I do not want this for my students, my coworkers, or myself. Something that isn't often addressed is the fact that COVID affects the vascular system, causing harm to blood cells and blood flow. COVID can cause unseen damage to your body that you may not find out until you have an adverse health event. Even having a non-hospitalized case of COVID increases the risk of 18 severe vascular conditions, including stroke, heart failure, and embolism. I do not want to wait until my fellow staff and students start getting sick in large numbers again to reintroduce a precaution that we could have been taking all along. Wearing a mask does not just protect the wearer, it protects the people around them. At the beginning of the pandemic, when we wore cloth masks, we understood that wearing them was actually more protection for the people around us than for ourselves. It was helpful as an action taken by the community to protect each other. In our most recent staff meeting, our admin gave a presentation about bullying and harassment and how it affects students' ability to feel safe at school. They talked about how if students aren't having one of their most basic needs met, they cannot focus on learning. During this presentation, I was thinking of our students who have expressed their concern about the lifting of this mandate, trying to protect a parent with a pre-existing condition, a baby sibling, or a grandparent at home. These students are already carrying a heavy burden. How will they feel coming to school and seeing their peers and even their teachers choosing not to wear a mask, a tiny accommodation on their part that makes a huge difference to the stability of their life? As you make your decision, I ask you to take these questions under serious consideration. Your decision will directly impact me and many people I care about. Respectfully, Hannah Colbert.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Jackie.
Hi, my name is Jackie. I am a parent, and this is in regard to the pre-K mask choice. I believe that children do not easily contract or spread COVID-19 and are not a vulnerable group to this virus. I would like to emphasize that the early childhood group is especially hardly affected by it. Cloth masks are non-mitigating, and I would argue that they are unsanitary. These masks are harming our children physically, psychologically, and behaviorally. This mask mandate should have been ended about a month ago when all other restrictions were lifted, and it should have honestly never been enforced by the school board. Parents should be the ones to make this decision for their children and their families, not the CDC, who has flip-flopped so dramatically on this topic. Please end the mask mandate. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Chris.
Yeah, hi, my name is Chris Onestad. I'm a Hopkins resident. I would like to make a suggestion on number 7, unfinished business, Hopkins mask policy. Please make masks a personal choice for everyone in the whole school, meaning pre-K through K. There's been some talk about not having pre-K be involved in the same policy that we have through K through 12. And I would like to make that a choice also for all parents, staff, and pre-K kids. So thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Ellie.
Hi there, my name is Ellie Kretz. I'm commenting on the mask mandate. I have a first grader and a 4-year-old in pre-K. I'm calling mostly today just to thank district leadership, the school board, and most importantly, the COVID response team. You may have all seen a recent study from the NIH, so National Institute of Health, that showed that schools that masked had a 72% lower case rate of COVID cases versus schools that did not mask during the Delta variant. I do know this has been an incredibly difficult 2 years for all of us as we actually enter, today is the anniversary of Governor Walz shutting down the schools for several weeks, which obviously turned into much longer. So we're entering our 3rd year. Personally, I was impacted. You know, I saw it in my child's school. The cases in her classroom were all community spread. We did not have any spread within the classroom. So I think the study results were certainly seen in my child's classroom. And I know that many people think that kids are going to get COVID no matter what because they're all involved in extracurricular activities where masking isn't required. I promise you that there have been many of us who have significantly limited our activities in the past 2 years due to either being immunocompromised or having unvaccinated kids. But the one place we didn't have a choice to attend is school. We had to attend school. So again, I just want to express my gratitude to the district and all of you for your attention to science and your diligence here to keep us all safe in the place that, again, the kids don't have an option of attending. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Nancy.
Hello, my name is Nancy Tom. I have 2 children, one that will be starting kindergarten next year and one that will be a senior in high school next year at Hopkins High School, and my daughter will likely be in Meadowbrook next year. I was given this number to call about the mask mandate. What is it called? It's about the mask optional topic. I would 100% agree that this should be optional, and for other than obvious reasons of, you know, children having to breathe in their own carbon monoxide all day long and not being able to see each other's faces and, you know, learn facial expressions. And for the older kids, it's, you know, it's a hygiene issue. A lot of kids are getting mask acne, and that is causing severe depression for some kids. And honestly, the masks don't really do anything except make some people feel better. They don't really serve a real purpose. So, and that's scientific, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, you can play this if you want as a public comment, or you don't have to. It can just be a vote for letting the mask be optional. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you to our community members who left comments via voicemail. Now we'll move into our community member who has joined us here in the room to give public comment. So Emma, I'd like to invite you to the table. And I will set my stopwatch here for 3 minutes. Welcome. You can begin when you're ready.
All right. Good evening. My name is Emma, and I'm a senior at Hopkins High School. I'm here on behalf of students from the high school who are concerned about the lifting of the mask mandate in the district. We'd previously sent an email about this, but we care about this deeply, so we wanted to elaborate and present our concerns in person. We're concerned specifically that the amount of scholars and staff who will continue to wear masks will decrease dramatically, and what effect that will have on those still wearing masks. Also, we believe that the timing of this decision is not optimal. As a student at Hopkins High School, I've seen firsthand how difficult it has been to get scholars and even staff to wear masks and to wear them properly. With the mask policy changing from required to strongly recommended, we fear that the amount of mask wearers will decrease rapidly. My mother works in the Edina public schools, and they've recently relaxed their mask mandate. She says about 1/3 of her class wears masks. And that concerns her and me greatly. While masks still provide protection when not everyone wears one. They are most effective if all noses and mouths are covered. Institutions of public education are upholders of equity in our communities. We ask that we continue to make Hopkins school districts safe for immunocompromised scholars and those who have immune-compromised loved ones at home. The timing of this decision is especially important. We recognize that Hopkins is one of the last districts in the state to be requiring masks and that there is immense pressure on you, our district policymakers, but we are very concerned with the fact that this decision comes right before spring break, when scholars and staff will return after traveling, perhaps to areas where COVID rates are much, much higher than they are here. We ask that you wait a little longer in making this decision, just a few weeks after spring break, so we do not have to backtrack on all the progress, the hard-earned progress that we've made. Additionally, the updated CDC guidelines are fairly general and do not specifically address the surge and reduction in cases that come with the break schedule of a school district. Finally, an overabundance of caution, especially with a measure that has, because of necessity, become second nature to staff and scholars and causes minimal disruption, is far better than the other outcome of just trying to stuff all of the, trying to backtrack when things go wrong after reducing the mask policy. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all of our commenters this evening. Next, we'll move into our reports. We'll start with our student board representative reports. I'll turn it over to you.
Hi, I'm Kimura. Last week was Spring Fling Spirit Week with Monochromatic Monday, Twin Tuesday, White Lies Wednesday, Pajama Day on Thursday, which is every day for me because I'm a virtual EDU student, and Friday being class color with the school pep fest. And the Spring Fling dance took place on Saturday at the high school, which I attended. It was fun. We are going into finals week next week for term 3, with the last day of the term officially being on Friday the 24th, which is also a non-school day. For us high schoolers, are us going into spring break worry-free. Wait, I'm sorry, I worded that so wrong.
No worries.
So us high schoolers are going into spring break worry-free of homework because term 3 ends the day before spring break. Yay. Tomorrow, the girls' basketball team is playing their state tournament, which a handful of scholars at the high school, and if I'm not mistaken, the junior high will be attending with parent and school permission because it is during the school day. A virtual EDU update is this and next week is PBL project presentation week. And I'm also presenting my project next week.
Thank you, Kimura. What's your project on?
My project is more guided by a question statement, and it's explain and analyze how social media affects and impacts the changes made socially, politically, and economically in the evolution of countries.
Wow. Interesting. Are you focusing on like a specific set of countries? Or is it more general?
More general, yeah.
Wow, really interesting. Thank you. Any other questions for Kimura?
Kimura, do you know when the basketball game is tomorrow?
10 a.m.
Oh.
I have 2 little Hopkins basketball players that are bugging me to skip school.
Oh, of course. Okay.
Should I tell them there was a policy created that they couldn't?
Sure, go ahead. Whatever works.
Great, thank you. Well, next, I'll turn it over to Dr. Mary Perry Reed for the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard, and Elise is going to help with slides, so thank you, Elise. It was really nice to hear your student board report, Kimura, and congratulations on that presentation. I would like to be there. When is it?
It's on Monday at 1.
Monday at 1. Yeah. Oh, I need a Google link so I can listen in. And also thanks to all of our students who showed up this evening. Really appreciate you being here and your engagement. And also our parents and community members. It's always nice to have people with us for these board meetings, so we appreciate it. Well, for the report this evening, You know, I really love our royal blue in Hopkins. You can see on the screen, it's so vibrant, which is a word that I would use to describe the ambiance at the high school last week and at the Pep Fest. We have Principal Ballard there, dressed for success to celebrate Spirit Week. And Spirit Week, as our student board rep shared, culminated with a Pep Fest on Friday and the Spring Fling on Saturday. The Pep Fest was a lot of fun. The dance team wowed all of their peers and teachers. Principal Ballard honored our girls basketball team and gave them a proper send-off to play Lakeville North tomorrow. I think we have over 300 high school students signed up to go to the game, and then a few junior high students. And you're correct, we're not providing busing for our junior high students, so they might be there with their parents. So there's lots of celebratory emotions, I think, of staff and students throughout our district as the possibilities of spring and warm weather are drawing close. I think it can also be an anxious time for our staff or students. Students might be very weary of upcoming spring break transitions. And of course, our teachers and staff this has been a very, very challenging and taxing year. And so they are desperately looking for that well-deserved spring break. So lots of possibility, and I think a time when we all just really have to work hard at managing our emotions, because there's lots of things going on. And I would love to take a moment to highlight a key team that has been operating for all of us and in service of all of us for the last couple of years. We will be obviously talking later on about our mask policy. And I got to tell you that these 5 individuals have probably spent more time on COVID in the last 2 years than they've spent like sleeping, eating, or I don't know, having a life outside of COVID, outside of this wonderful place that is Hopkins. They've spent hours and hours on the phone with MDE and MDH. They've managed literally thousands of phone calls regarding testing positive for COVID or just questions that folks have about COVID. They've had to make some very tough decisions with all of us in mind, all 7,000 students, all of those students' parents and families and caregivers, and 1,300 staff. So this team has really had our back, and I just want to lift them up this evening. So our head nurse, Mary Jo, our assistant superintendent, Dr. Lightfoot, nurse Laura, who is an assistant nurse to Mary Jo, but also serves at Eisenhower Elementary, our guru of benefits, Julie, and of course our safety specialist, Jeff. So thanks to that team, and we truly appreciate each and every one of you. I wanted to share that our scholars from Transition Plus went skiing to Highland Hills the other day, and what was special about this, I got an email from one of their instructors, Tom Cavele, who shared that these 18 to 21-year-olds, most of them had never skied before, so they really enjoyed their first-time experience. Transition Plus is a program that we have in place here in Hopkins to serve our 18 and 21-year-old students who need support as they transition from school life to independent life outside of school. And so really grateful to our Transition Plus instructors for providing that experience for our scholars. This next slide highlights the members of our Hopkins Math League, and they are a section champion. They will move on to compete in the state tournament later this month, so that's a big win for them. And also our Hopkins Lego Robotics team placed first first. Kate, are you on that team? Oh, you're not. You have friends that are. I see you cheering, yes. Place first out of, guess how many teams? It's on the slide.
117.
Rachel's like, it's right there.
I'm like, is this a trick question?
417, right? That is amazing. So they placed first for their innovation project, and they even secured legal representation for a patent for the model they invented. So congratulations to those teams. Also, another thing that is very special happening in our district is weekly early morning yoga for scholars from West, North, and the high school. We appreciate our very own IDL specialist, Paris Timmons, who pursued a grant and support from Lifetime Fitness. And so those fitness instructors come over to the high school and teach yoga so that our scholars can stretch their minds and bodies. And what I really appreciate about this is that it aligns with our district-wide focus on wellness, and I hope is exposing our students to a whole new world of personal wellness. Another highlight also happening at our high school, maybe this is appropriate since we have our high schoolers here in the audience with us, but we had our high schoolers and also some of our junior high scholars who were able to meet up with representatives from about 100 colleges and universities at the Hopkins College Fair on March 3. So we appreciate all of the reps who came to our space to engage with our scholars and give them a lot of opportunity to think about what might be their calling and their passion or their worthy purpose once they leave us as high school graduates. Also want to share with our board members and our audience, and we did send a message out to staff and students about new start times for most of our schools starting next school year, 2022-23. So due to some costing implications, and this is after engaging in some feasibility studies and looking at a number of scenarios, we did not want to spend excessive dollars on a model that would take programming or teachers away from students. And so we did go with a model for next year that will be cost neutral. However, 3 of our elementary schools will stay at their current start time for just 1 more year. And then when our 6th graders transition to middle school, then we'll have another opportunity to align all of our elementary schools to be on the same tier, so the same pickup time and start time for school, and continuing that later start time for our secondary scholars. So hopefully you all were able to read the message with those details. And finally, I just wanted to end this update with a really adorable, I think is the word, video of our students from Eisenhower Elementary who sent messages of love and kindness to students at the high school. And as some of you might know, love is one of our core values in Hopkins, and so I loved to see this demonstration of that core value between our youngest students and our oldest students.
Can we be friends? Hi, high school friends. Hi, friends. I hope you're having a great day. You are amazing. You seem like an awesome person. Can we be friends?
That's so cute.
Your personality is great. You are super cool. You deserve a popsicle. You deserve the best. You have a beautiful smile. You're beautiful inside and out. You are amazing. Dream big. You have a very bright future. Good luck in your test if you're having one. You got this. You got this. You got this, boss. You're strong.
No.
Keep your head up, kid. I'm proud of you. Hope you have a great day. We love you.
That was so cute. We love you too.
We love you too.
Yes.
Dream big.
Thank you. Thanks so much. We love you too. They're adorable.
You're so adorable. We love you guys so much.
We love you guys too.
I love that. Yes, we will be your friends. Absolutely. You also have very big futures, and we're very proud of you.
Yeah, you guys are amazing.
It just made my day though.
Yeah.
It was nice. It was very encouraging. And I actually have a test today, so.
Less stress. I'm gonna have all my tests now.
I really appreciate the video, and thanks for doing this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I was having a bad day, but this made my day.
That was great. Thank you. Very joyful. Any board member questions or comments for Dr. Mary Perry Reed? With that, I would look for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Next, I would look for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Next, we'll move to the treasurer's report with Treasurer Adams.
All right. Thank you, Chair Bouchard. We are now 67%, 2/3 of the way through the school year, and expenses are running at 56% of budget so far, compared to 54% at this time last year. Items of note this time include $5,176 for a psychologist to assist with the influx of students from the non-public schools in our district. As you're probably aware, we're responsible for providing health care and counseling care for students at non-public schools in our district. And with the advent of COVID, there's a lot more kids that are experiencing mental and social distress right now. So we're required to provide that care for them. We wrote a check for $12,325 for spring tuition at the University of Minnesota. That's $12,325 that parents do not have to pay for tuition for their high school scholar to take classes at the U. Just kind of an indicator of how bad or how cold our winter has been. We paid $132,185 for natural gas just for the month of January. And we've got a company, Connect Energy, that is a broker and tries to get us the best deal, but even at that, it was over $132,000. And then for our bus transportation for regular and special ed for February, $189,724. So with that, I move that we approve total disbursements in the amount of $2,745,937.18 for the period February 3, 2022 through March 8, 2022.
Thank you, Treasurer Adams. I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the treasurer's report. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Next, we'll move into unfinished business, and our first agenda item under this section is our Hopkins mask policy. I'd like to invite Assistant Superintendent Lightfoot to the table. I also wanted to acknowledge that we did have a robust discussion around the mask policy at our workshop on March 1st, and you can see the background information in the packet that this is a conversation that we are continuing tonight at this meeting. And I'd like to turn it over to our Vice Chair Andreessen, who heads up our Policy and Monitoring Committee.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard. I wanted to give anyone tuning in to tonight's board meeting on this topic some context and background around what happened at our March 1st board meeting. We needed to, at the beginning, we have, the school board has a policy, it's policy 203.5 on school board meeting agendas. And that lays out a procedure that needs to be followed. So there are many purposes for that, one being that school board members need to know what they are voting on and what the actions will be taken at the board table when they arrive. They also need to be prepared to vote on anything that is before them on the agenda. As Director Adams brought to our attention, there were some board members who did not know that that policy 808, was going to be voted on at the board meeting. That is why the table and that is why the vote and the discussion was tabled to carry over to this board meeting so that all board members were aware and could prepare for that vote. So just wanted to give some context and clarification around that process. Also, we will be, as a board, discussing our policy 203.5 school board meeting agendas at another workshop so that everyone in the community and also everyone who's on the board is on the same page. So I just wanted to give that context. And also wanted to talk about one of the things that I felt was important that I discussed at the prior workshop is that our community was able to engage with us as board members directly around this policy. We also wanted to talk with our scholars, and I'm very thankful that some came tonight, and also we have gotten emails from students in our schools that will be directly impacted by this policy. We also discussed wanting to hear from staff. And I think that in this 2-week period, we have had time and space to do that. I have been very thankful for the community engagement sessions that happened. I took away a lot of learning from those and am grateful for everyone that participated. I've also had a chance to speak directly with students, not just my own, and am grateful for all of the community members that have participated in this conversation. And with that, I will turn it over to you, Nick.
Thank you. As we've been working through with the workshop, and as you have in front of you this evening, and as well as noted, and thank you for that kind acknowledgement of the work that the mitigation group has been involved with now since really the conception of moving toward addressing mitigation strategies, as that has been our continual work, hard to say, over years. And with that, the information that's in front of you this evening deals with the face covering policy. As we had noted in the workshop before, we continue to and will continue into the future to be mindful of the case numbers and the tracking and the work that we've been doing as a district. As we look at those numbers, I am happy to continue to tell you that those numbers are low, that we have been below that 5 to 0 mark with all of our staff for the past 3 weeks with any cases, and we are now down to student cases that really, as of tomorrow, will be 6 district-wide. This in direct contrast to where we were when we were in January, looking at some situations where we were looking at over 100 in one location. So part of that work that we've seen over the course of the time that we have been doing this work is that we do see the reflection as what has been noted throughout other districts as well as the county. And I think that has been reflected in what we have started to look at with the data and the data pieces. I would also acknowledge that I do have members available as well, should there be questions from the mitigation team. Our health and safety and environmental risk coordinator, Jeff Goldie, is here. Lead nurse Mary Jo Martin is here, and our employee benefits coordinator, Julie Kazmarek, is here as well. So we're here to be of resource to you as you think about what's in front of you. As we have noted, what we've looked at is we've looked at the recommendation. We've looked at the data to support that recommendation. And what we have in front of you is that using the data that we have is that we would, at this point, as a mitigation group, look at the recommendation that we would move toward the strongly recommended practice that we've seen that the data would support. We would see that that would be in alignment, as we've discussed before, with the CDC recommendations, and that we would see that work really being a central part of our Hopkins District face covering policy as we move forward. Part of the other discussion that we had was what would we be looking at if we think about data points that would move us forward into a reconsideration of points in time when we might look at a move to a face mask, given whatever sets of circumstances might become apparent with the data as we continue to track it. And I think at this point, Jeff, Mary Jo, if we want to talk a little bit about some of those data points, I tried to give a brief overview, but if we want to be a little bit more specific about what the return would be and what those points would be in the mitigation document, I think that might be helpful for the public to understand and for our board members to have a grasp of as well.
Pardon me, good evening. The data points are pretty simple. We're looking at, to go to strongly recommended, we're looking at student active cases at 50 or less for a week or more. We've made that. We're looking at the new community risk levels for COVID issued by the CDC the Friday prior to March 1st. That's the last Friday of the month in February. Moving from high to moderate or low, and the county, Hennepin County, stands currently at low. To move back to a mask mandate, we're looking at active cases of 100 for a week or more, and the county risk level that the CDC charts moving back to high. Both of those would have to happen for us to move up. And the idea behind that is very simple. We want to make it somewhat difficult to move away from a mask mandate, and we want to make it somewhat difficult to move back to a mask mandate. The reason being that it is a tough transition to make, and doing it too often will wear people out. Any questions I can help you with?
Mary Jo, any information you'd add on student data at all as we're looking at those cases?
Our student data, currently, we are sitting at 14 active cases throughout the district and we only have, we have 5 that are out on quarantine. So, and those numbers have been decreasing for the last 3 weeks. And I anticipate them going down even further by the end of the week, probably in half.
So as we've looked at that information over time, what you see in front of you is the recommended piece. We've also been looking at what this would look like as we think about K-12 programming and early childhood. And our discussions today really focused on information that you've heard this evening as well, information on the CDC, and that from the mitigation standpoint, we would look at a district-wide practice inclusive of early childhood in that recommendation as well.
Chair Bouchard.
Yes, Director Adams.
Mary Jo, how many cases did you say are active right now in the district?
We have 14 active student cases in the district, and there are 0 staff.
Okay. We got an email from some students at the high school that said that cases at the high school have doubled in the last week. I don't know if that means going from 1 to 2 or 2 to 4 or what, but can you comment on that?
That's not right. I think we may have started the week with 2. We're down to 0
Okay.
at the high school.
Because, yeah, I checked our COVID dashboard, and it says less than 5. And so it's now down to 0. Okay.
Right. As of today, we have 1 elementary school that bumped up to 5. Otherwise, everyone else is at 0, 1, or 3.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we continue with our board member discussion, I wanted to give Dr. Mary Peary Reed the opportunity to add some additional context that will help us as we discuss the proposed change ahead.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard, and thank you, Policy Monitoring Committee, as well as District Mitigation Team for engaging all of us in this conversation and preparing and supporting our school board. When we had our community engagement sessions last week, as Vice Chair Andreessen shared, there were about 11 parents and or staff who showed up to our in-person engagement session, and I believe about 13 individuals who showed up to the virtual session. Does that sound right, Shannon? To the virtual?
Sounds
Yeah,
about
I wasn't at the virtual, so I don't know.
Okay,
I
about
was
20,
at it. That's about right.
25 total. So we really appreciate those individuals coming to the virtual or the in-person space to share their multiple perspectives. One of the perspectives came from a parent who said, you know, whether we have a shift and whether it happens tomorrow or 2 weeks from now or a month from now, we really want the confidence that our schools, our school principals, our teachers are preparing staff and students for a potential shift. And so we wanted to just share with all of you and to give our community the confidence that we have been preparing for a shift. We didn't know when it would happen, and we still don't. However, we believe that it's our job to create conditions of psychological safety for our students, for our staff, even for our families, so that, you know, we're helping our students be prepared for that, really, like the outward demonstration of acceptance and embracing of one another, whether others are wearing a mask or not. Conditions where we're demonstrating empathy for all staff and students, regardless of where they are on that mask-wearing spectrum. That is really important. We have also thought about, you know, how can we help our parents and caregivers talk to their children and adolescents about, you know, what that mask-wearing family decision might look like, how to be comfortable with that decision, and again, how do we demonstrate acceptance toward others regardless of that personal mask choice. And we know this is a big deal because, you know, this is a decision that we would implement system-wide, and there are strong emotions, strong valid emotions, and strong, you know, debate on both sides. And we know that Hopkins is full of adults and kids who really care and want to engage in this thoughtfully. So I just wanted to provide that additional information and also thank our school board and our mitigation team for the heavy lift in the discussion and the decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mary Peary Reed. I think we can open up the conversation now if board members have questions for our mitigation team, Dr. Lightfoot or Dr. Mary Peary Reed.
Chair Bouchard?
Yes.
I just wanted to make some clarifying or get some clarification around what we're actually voting on. So I know that when you were talking, Assistant Superintendent Lightfoot, you said, you used the word practice. And so in my mind, what we're voting on tonight is a policy. And what it does, from my understanding, is it gives administration the flexibility to move through different practices based on data.
Correct.
Around COVID. And the mitigation team would advise administration. And it could be as flexible as, I see it stated here, program, building, or district-wide application.
Correct.
Okay. So I just wanted everyone to be aware that we are voting on a policy, not on specific practices that will be engaged in across the district.
Thank you for that clarification. Other board member comments or questions?
Chair Bouchard.
Yes.
Well, in that regard, who's going to determine practice, I guess, if we aren't going to vote on that tonight? Would that be the mitigation team that would determine that, or whom?
Correct. That's why we wanted to make sure you had those guidelines that we were looking at. And those
Okay.
guidelines, as we stated right now, with the information that Mr. Goldie presented, using those criteria, we would be in the space where we would be using that criteria to say that as of that criteria, we would be in a strongly recommended practice, and that we would be moving to that masks being strongly recommended but optional, and we would be moving there district-wide, given the data that we have pre-K through 12 with our learners.
All right. Thank you for that clarification.
Dr. Lightfoot?
Mm-hmm.
In the prior one, there was some statement, I mean, to me, I think when Director Adams asked, who would be making that decision, it would be the data. I mean, we're putting in place specific data points that would change that policy. I don't see those in the policy, though. I thought they had been included in the one we were reviewing on the first.
Sure. That's what we included for that within the workshop. That was the mitigation change document.
Okay.
Those were the pieces of information.
And so do we feel that those particular data points would need to be included in the policy or no?
The way that we wrote it was to use that mitigation change document so
Okay.
that we could, if there were any upcoming, I mean, one of the things that we've learned throughout COVID is that we might get an information set this month, and then next month that might evolve. And so what we wanted to do was not be in a space or situation where we would have to come before you on a monthly basis if some of that specific information would change. And we wanted to make sure that you knew what data we were looking at, how we were looking at the data, and being where we are right now, that set of data is what's driving our recommendation at this point in time.
Okay. I think something that could be helpful is, and I don't know if you can create a live link within the policy to that mitigation document so that our community is very clear on when they may see changes in that. I think that would be really helpful. Yeah. And then Dr. Mary Perry Reed, I'm really thankful that you mentioned the school's preparation for this change and the effect that it'd have on a lot of students. And I would just like to state that I truly believe that the response from the community, regardless of the side of the policy they fall, has been always so strong and respectful. The vibe across our entire community has been one that really respects the other side and understands the difficulty in this decision. And I truly hope and really believe that that's going to drive a lot of acceptance at the school levels, because our children see us as models and see their parents as models. And I've heard of a lot of kids who want to continue wearing their masks, and I truly believe that Hopkins will be a safe place for them to do so.
Thank you, Director Peterson. I wanted to pick up on something you said about the COVID mitigation change document. I think the idea to link it to the policy is great. Our district communications team has done, in partnership, of course, with our mitigation team, has done a wonderful job of keeping our community updated on COVID metrics in Hennepin County, in our community, in our schools. And so I'm wondering if there could be a place on that COVID dashboard where we're using these metrics, and Mr. Goldie, you said it, they're very clear metrics, and it will be very easy for our community to see, oh, you know, this is how many active cases we have right now. We're moving Hennepin County wide into this red territory. We should start to prepare to mask again, right, if that would be the case.
We've had those discussions, and we are working with the communications team to make sure that we have links provided on our COVID page and our dashboard page to the criteria and to the mitigation document that explains the criteria. We can do that very easily.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So we've talked a lot about the CDC and the fact that we have followed CDC guidelines consistently as a district throughout the pandemic. I also want to acknowledge our mitigation team that's comprised of experts, and Dr. Mary Perry did a wonderful job of that during her report. But I don't think we do it often enough. And the fact that all of you are experts in your field and you've brought that expertise to bear over on, all of these recommendations that you've made to the board over the past 3 years. And we're just so grateful for the time and energy and stress that you spend on these decisions. So thank you. Additional board member comments or questions for the team?
Chair Bouchard.
Yes.
One of the questions I've got is when the mitigation team decides we need to change, whether it's to, remove mask requirements or add mask requirements, what should be the timing? What will be the timing? So that families can adapt and staff can adapt to whatever the change is. We, at the community engagement session that I attended the other evening, there were people lobbying for an immediate imposition of the policy, which I don't think is adequate for some of the other people that are concerned about their health or their child's health. So what would be the guidelines do you anticipate for the mitigation team to implement a new change?
Sure. That was part of our conversation this morning as well. We have meetings throughout the course of the week in the morning, and this was a key discussion point as we were looking at this. And I think Nurse Kelzer brought up an excellent point, thinking as we look at the timing of our conversation this evening and our community processing, what we are recommending and where the board would fall with the face covering policy, that we give families the opportunity, if they need to discuss and process this with their young person. Thinking that if we have a decision tonight and information that would be immediate tomorrow and families not having processing time with their young person, that being one key component, especially as families will have to look at their own decision as a family and what that means for a young person and the opportunity to dialogue and discuss that in a meaningful way. We did talk about wanting to make sure that we allowed for that. And that was a consideration, being mindful of that need for processing. We did talk about that as well as being something that we would want to have to happen soon. And so we thought about what that might look like with and in conversation, again, with our communications department, because we would want to make sure that we'd have time to get the messaging out so that people could do that, so they could read that information, so that our entire community could process that information and look at that effectively. What we talked about, and certainly there's, again, board guidance in this area as well, what we talked about was looking at information that we could distribute either this evening or tomorrow morning to give people awareness, giving them at least a day, open for other conversation, but at least a day to consider that, to have those conversational points with their families, and then an implementation of the mask, strongly recommended practice as soon thereafter as possible.
That's not very specific.
Yeah.
I guess.
Well, I had a question too that kind of relates to that. Like usually our policies go through a first read and then a second read. I am assuming that because this policy, I feel like this policy has been before us several times.
Yeah.
It would not need to go through a second read. It would become policy after we vote.
Right.
Is that correct? Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Chair Bouchard?
Yes.
I think I appreciate the mitigation team's recommendation on a day or so to process. I believe that most of our community has been pretty aware that this conversation is happening. Classrooms are voting on it. So I don't feel there needs to be, I know, my nephew at North Junior High, his advisory was having conversations on it. I believe that most of our community is aware that this changes on our board table tonight, so I don't feel the necessity to really prolong the change. I think that the vast majority of the community is ready and aware.
So, Dr. Lightfoot, that timeline you were talking about would be a message going out tonight or tomorrow, and then implementation on Thursday?
Yes.
And in the future, were we to go backward, like, I don't want to
Yeah.
say go backward, pardon me, not that. Were we to move to a place where masks are recommended, is that a similar 48 hours? Or are we talking about next week? Do you have any idea on that?
That's an excellent question. And accordingly, we'd look at specifically the data that would be in front of us. But I think what we, and it's always, if you say 48 hours and then something happens where it's 72, I think what we want to look at is the reasonable effort that we will make to do as much communication as we can as soon as we have the best set of information.
Additional comments or questions for the team?
I do have one comment, and that is I very much appreciate everybody's input. And like, everyone who has seen today, a lot of people showed up to hear the discussion, and I appreciate that so much. We have had tons and tons of emails, and I very much appreciate the clarification that what we're doing is tying the policy to data and to expert recommendation, and that is what we're voting on tonight. And though it is kind of a heavy lift and changing back and forth might look tough, it is doable, and it directly reflects Hopkins' values of being critical thinkers that are adaptable and are ready for worldly conditions. And I think that we are ready to make a move in that direction.
Any additional comments?
Chair Bouchard?
Yes.
Yes. I would just like to let the public know that this may be temporary. Who knows? Shenzhen in China is shut down right now because of a new variant that's emerged there. And that's where all of our Apple products are made. And so that could affect the supply chain issues. And just to respond to some people that have said, well, masks don't make any difference anyway. There was a CDC report that I have a copy of that was released on Friday that it's the first study that compared a masked school and an unmasked school. And this was done in in some Arkansas schools back in August to October of 2021. And there was a 23% less incidence of COVID in schools where students were wearing a mask. And Jeff is nodding his head. He's probably read the report too. So they do in fact make a difference. The CDC has advised us that. So at some point, if this BA2 variant rears its head in our area, I would certainly support the mitigation team imposing a new mask requirement as soon as possible. So that's my comment.
Any additional comments? With that, I would look for a motion that the board adopt the presented changes to the Hopkins mask policy.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the presented changes to the Hopkins mask policy. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Next, we'll move into new business. And we're excited to welcome some really special members of our community and our APAC to the table, as well as Jessica Glidden. And as they're joining us, I will turn it over to Dr. Mary Perry-Reed to provide some framing for this agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard, and just want to say goodbye to our high school scholars. Thanks to all of you for coming this evening. Truly appreciate each of you. We should also say goodbye to our parent and grandparent. Okay. Well, thank you, Ms. Glidden, for being here this evening, and Cassie Buffalohead, we appreciate you being here as well. Jojo Battles, thank you for being here. Cassie and Jessica are co-chairs of the American Indian Parent Advisory Committee, and so we are looking forward to your presentation this evening to talk about our Native American scholars, families, and programming. And I did want to make a mention that although it may be disconcerting for our school board and community to hear that there's been a vote of non-concurrence, we do want you to know, and I know that our co-chairs will speak to this, that our American Indian program is a model for other districts. Ms. Glidden has shared that many districts have noticed the amazing things that we're doing with our Native American scholars and families and teaching and learning. And so we're receiving lots of attention, and we want to learn more about what is helping our programming shine, and also what the basis for the non-concurrence is. So thank you and welcome.
Perfect. Thank you. Buju, Jessica Glidden, Indigenous Cause, Gigo Dodo Mandao, Boys Fort, Ninja Ball. My name is Jessica Glidden. I am Ojibwe. I'm from Boys Fort in northern Minnesota. To my right is Cassie Buffalohead. She is Ponca, and she has a student from Tanglin Elementary. To her right is Jojo Battles, and she is also Ojibwe. She has a student at North Junior High and also another student at Meadowbrook Elementary. Jojo is a general APAC member, Cassie is our co-chair, and I am the American Indian Cultural Liaison and Program Lead. So first, I would like to just take some time to explain to you a little bit about our program and how it works. Next slide, please. So tonight, we're just going to go over our program update. We've got some student feedback, and then we have our APAC recommendations. Next slide, please. So our program offers the exploration of Indigenous narratives, heritage, history, while we're helping our scholars succeed by being the bridge between culture and school. So our Native groups meet 1 to 2 times per month, where we have thoughtful conversations about our Indigenous culture. We do learning activities, and we do culturally relevant crafts. That's very important to our scholars. With our program budget, we're able to offer our families 3 to 5 events or field trips per year. We offer 1 culturally relevant field trip per American Indian scholar in grades 1 through 6. We also offer 2 to 3 culturally relevant field trips per American Indian scholar in grades 7 through 12. We offer 7 to 10 college visits for American Indian scholars in grades 9 through 12. We were planning for 10 this year, but because of COVID, we're looking at closer to 7. And our graduating seniors are honored with an Eagle Feather ceremony in May. So our American Indian Aid Program gets us a base award of $20,000 for the district when we have 20 students that identify as Native American. Each additional Native American student generates an additional $358. So the funding is secured for every American Indian student with a race code 01, North American Indian or Alaskan Native. So I mention that and I highlight that because it's very important. If we have a family that marks 2 or more races, we are not getting funding for that American Indian student. And we simply cannot ask somebody to forego their multiracial background just so that we can secure that funding. Next slide, please. Next, we receive funding from our federal program, and that's called our Title VI funding. That is specifically a form that's called a 506 form. Those can only be filled out if a student's parent, or student grandparent is an enrolled member of a federally recognized tribe. This is very sensitive subject while we're asking for 506 forms. Some reasons we may not be able to secure a 506 form is that there may have been an adoption and they do not have access to their tribal enrollment information. Individuals may belong to more than one tribe, not equaling enough blood quantum to enroll at one single tribe. Blood quantum may have been changed during the boarding school era. That is something that happened to my grandmother personally. An absent parent or family member may be the one that identifies as Native American, so therefore we might not be able to secure that information. Also, because of our historical trauma, not wanting to identify as being Native American, possibly out of fear, there was a time where when we were identified as Native American, we were literally put into boarding schools and taken away from our families. Next slide, please. So this is our American Indian student breakdown. This data does fluctuate a little bit with withdrawals and new enrollments, but at the beginning of the year, we had 144 Hopkins scholars that identified as Native American for the school year. This is a 24 increase from our last school year. 84 of the 144 students do identify as that race code 01, so we are getting funding from the state for those students. This is approximately 10 more students from our last year's enrollment numbers. We have 21 of those ED 506 forms on file for this school year. This is 11 more than we had last year. I truly believe that getting those forms has been a direct reflection of being able to make these meaningful connections and relationships with these families and establishing that trust so that they do feel comfortable providing that information. Next slide, please. Some of our student data on our American Indian students. So last year, 25.76% of our American Indian students were receiving or were identified as SPED status. I pulled data today. Out of our 84 state-identified Native American students, so that's that race code 01, we have 27 students that receive special education services. That's 32% of our American Indian students that are receiving SPED services. Next slide, please. So that leads me into the Minnesota Department of Education Dreamcatcher project. So when deciding whether a student should get special education, schools have to rule out cultural or linguistic differences as the primary cause of a student's problems in school. The Dreamcatcher project started in the American Indian communities of Minnesota because a higher proportion of American Indian students receive special education than any other group, specifically in the category of emotional and behavioral disorders, also known as EBD. The Dreamcatcher model has potential benefits for and has expanded to other marginalized groups of students, including students of African heritage. As of this year, Hopkins Public Schools has become an official partner of the Dreamcatcher project with MDE. Full disclosure, because of my caseload and my workload, I have only attended their Wednesday meetings. I have not had the capacity to jump fully into this program, but we are signed up and it is available to us as a resource. Next slide, please. So a little bit about our American Indian program funding. So I was hired as a full-time American Indian cultural liaison and program lead in October of 2020. The American Indian program serves scholars in grades 1 through 12 in 9 of our district school buildings. We are collecting funding for students starting in E through 12. We just don't have the capacity with one staff person to serve our E and pre-K or E and K students. So the American Indian Cultural Liaison and Program Lead salary is $34,000. The state American Indian Education Aid funding supports $20,561 of the salary. So the district responsibility for the American Indian Liaison position is approximately $13,500. The American Indian Education Aid money does need to go back directly to the program and to our scholars. So this year we were awarded with $20,561 that we were able to use for our field trips, cultural activities, our consultants, our feather ceremony, food and snacks for our Native groups, American Indian employee trainings, mileage reimbursements, our Title VI funding, so where we get those 506 forms. This year generated $5,244. This money is used solely for consumables. That's where we get all of our supplies that support our culturally relevant activities and crafts. Next slide, please. So we believe on solely basing our program on our student feedback and what they would like to see. So each year in the beginning, we survey our Native American students to see what they would like offered in our Native group programming. And then we take what they would like to see and we adapt our lesson plans accordingly. And I just want to remind you, these are not lesson plans that we are just pulling out of books. These are years and decades of cultural knowledge that has been passed down to us that we are teaching to our young scholars. And it's very important that we can keep passing on these traditional cultural teachings and knowledge, especially for most of us that have had some of that taken away through the Indian boarding school era. Next slide, please. So we do our groups breakdown by age. So we have an American Indian book club that serves our scholars in grades 1 through 3. Each of our groups, we try to always let them leave with something tangible, so a craft or an activity. This is really important because this promotes those conversations about their Indigenous culture at home. Sometimes for some of our students, this might be the only cultural exposure they have, especially when they have an absent parent that identifies as Native American, or maybe there was an adoption process and they're just not that close, cultural connected at home. Next slide, please. Our Young Native Pride group is our scholars in grades 4 through 6. Again, they always make some sort of craft or something tangible they can bring home to support that lesson and continue that learning at home. I think that's very important. Next slide, please. We have our groups for our grades 7 through 9 that meet at both West and North. Next slide, please. And then we have our high school scholars in grades 10 through 12 that meet together at the high school. Next slide, please. We also do our American Indian events and field trips. This year I was actually able to secure my own bus license so I can drive the bus to bring our families and scholars on all of these wonderful adventures at a much lesser cost. So this year, some of the activities that we've done, we did an Indigenous youth walk. We've brought our families and scholars to different powwows around the state. And then we also had a Native American round dance here right at our Hopkins North Junior High. And Shannon Andreessen was there with us, so thank you for that. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, we try to provide 7 to 10 college visits for our American Indian scholars. This is extremely important as a lot of our American Indian students will be first-generation college students. If you notice the picture in the middle top, that is our senior, Abby Towell, who was actually accepted to the University of Minnesota Morris on the spot during our campus tour. So that was really exciting and so beautiful for our other Native American scholars to experience that. Next slide, please. This position also requires some classroom involvement. The requests from teachers come in faster than I can possibly handle them. There is a lot of need and demand for Native American education and support in curriculum in our classrooms. So here is just a couple examples of me joining into some of those classrooms. Next slide, please. And finally, we finish off our program with a feather ceremony for our seniors. This is extremely important because for some of our scholars, this will be the only time they are ever presented with an eagle feather and honored in this way. And being Native American, receiving an eagle feather is the absolute highest honor you can absolutely receive. So this is a very, very special ceremony that we are able to provide to our scholars. Next slide, please. So I was able to survey some of our students that do come to our Native groups. In our elementary schools, 5 out of 6 of them, it is very apparent that they do want more Native group meetings. They are all in agreement that basically once a month is not enough. They would like to see our meetings bi-weekly. Next slide, please. Our North Junior High feedback is that they would like to meet weekly instead of bi-weekly. They would like more cultural teachings and lessons from a variety of consultants from different tribal affiliations. They would like more cultural field trips per year. They would also like to see an American Indian guidance counselor or other American Indian staff in their building. Many of them have commented that I am the only American Indian staff they have ever interacted with. Next slide, please. Our West Junior High feedback also would like to meet weekly instead of bi-weekly. They would like to see more Native American representation in school-wide communication, specifically a video that they do at West on Fridays. They would like to have staff have more cultural training so they have a better understanding of American Indian culture and teachings. They would also like updated Native American curriculum and more curriculum for Native American studies offered. And they would like to see a land acknowledgement with tribal flags represented in their building. Next slide, please. Our high school scholars would like to see American Indian staff, specifically guidance counselors. This would be really beneficial for them navigating that college application process since there's so many grants available specifically for American Indian students. They would also like to see more community events offered. They feel that it's very important for any staff or adults that are specifically interacting with Native groups to identify as American Indian. And they would also like to see tribal flags displayed at the school and also displayed during the graduation ceremonies. Next slide, please. So now we're going to talk a little bit about the annual compliance. So I'm going to pass it over to our co-chair, Cassie Buffalohead.
Hello. As Jessica said, I am the co-chair for the American Indian Parent Advisory Committee. And just for the purpose of talking with you tonight, I'm going to refer to us as the APAC committee because otherwise it's a mouthful to say. So that you know what I'm talking about, APAC stands for the American Indian Parent Advisory Committee. Prior to March 1 of each year, the APAC must meet to discuss whether or not they concur with the educational offerings that they have been extended by the district. If the APAC finds that the district and/or school board have been meeting the needs of American Indian students, they issue a vote and a resolution of concurrence. If they find that the district and/or school board have not been meeting the standards, they issue a vote and a resolution of non-concurrence. The vote is reflected formally on documentation provided by the Office of American Indian Education. The vote and resolution must be presented to the school board by one or more members of the APAC committee. If the vote is one of non-concurrence, the APAC must also provide written recommendations for improvement to the school board. The school board does not need to approve the resolution. They receive the information and it is reflected within the board minutes. In the case of non-concurrence, the school board is given 60 days to give a response in writing to the APAC recommendations. The board response must be signed by the entire school board and be provided to the APAC and submitted to the Office of American Indian Education. So on March 2nd, the APAC committee made a vote of non-concurrence, and in order to meet the needs of American Indian students, we've made the following recommendations. The first one is to hire additional American Indian program staff to support the meaningful and imperative work that is being done with American Indian students. Additional American Indian program staff would allow for increased Native groups, IEP support, increased community events, and more staff for American Indian requests. Our second is update the curriculum being used district-wide about American Indians and provide more American Indian curriculum lessons, provide training to staff to be fluent and authentic in teaching this curriculum. And finally, we would like to actively recruit American Indian teachers, support staff, counselors, and paras district-wide to reflect the American Indian population. One way of achieving this might be the district using the Grow Your Own grant to help educate and license American Indian staff and interested American Indian community members. We would also suggest utilizing the Minnesota Department of Education's Minnesota Indian Teacher Training Program. I would like to point out that a Minnesota statute that supports our request is the requirement that school districts that have at least 10 American Indian children enrolled must actively recruit American Indian teachers.
Next slide, please.
And there is a grant to help prepare Indian teachers, and this grant doesn't just have to be for teachers, it can also be used for early childhood family education or pre-kindergarten licensure, elementary and secondary education, school administration, or any educational program that provides services to American Indian students in pre-kindergarten through 12th grade.
And also for certification necessary if it's a food worker or a para, it's not limited to just teachers. Any questions?
Thank you so much for helping us better understand all of the intricacies of the program and what's been happening, especially over the past year, and then also the background and reasons why there's a vote of non-concurrence at this time. Before we move into our conversation, I just want to acknowledge that I strongly believe that Not only do we want our Native scholars to have the best possible experience here in Hopkins, but we as a nation owe a great debt to our Native American families and scholars, especially in public education, because of how our education systems have consistently traumatized and failed our Native families. And so when this vote of non-concurrence came up, I took it very seriously and really wanted to better understand the reasons why. And so I appreciate your willingness to come talk with us this evening. I just felt it was very important to have this as a live agenda item so that our board members could all understand the background and then also the action steps that we need to take. So thank you. I'll open it up to comments or questions from my colleagues.
I just want to add too that voting on concurrence is not a bad thing. It's actually, I view as a good thing. It opens up these courageous conversations. And it's not that our program is failing, it's our program is so great, we need more of it.
Chair Bouchard.
Yes.
I'm a type A personality. I hate getting a failing grade. I hate even more getting it 2 years in a row. So, you know, I'm looking at the recommendations that you're making here. I would want a little more specificity here. Hire additional American Indian staff. How many would we have to hire, in your opinion, to get a concurrence?
So I would recommend one, I think is what we were kind of discussing. So what most other districts have is an American Indian Education Coordinator and an American Indian Education Support Staff. That would allow 2 positions, one to really focus on that SPED area and support for our Native American students, and then a liaison to be more of out in the field doing a lot of the cultural teachings, and that they would work together as a team.
Okay. And we have not been actively recruiting people like this? That's what you're saying here, is that we need to actively recruit? I thought our HR department was doing that.
I haven't seen it. If you have, please.
Where's a good teacher prep program for Native Americans? Do you know? A teacher prep program?
In Hopkins?
I'm sorry?
You're saying we already have one here in Hopkins?
No. So what college in the state is creating Native American teachers?
I think any college that a Native American goes to.
Yeah, where are they though? I mean, there's a lot of teacher prep programs, and if we're going to hire.
Oh, specifically the teacher, there is a list of colleges that do have that teacher prep program.
And are Native Americans coming out of it that we're just not getting?
I think so.
Really? Where are they ending up?
I don't know. I would suggest maybe making a meeting with Dr. Jane Harstead from Minnesota Department of Education, Indian Education, the director of Indian Education.
Minnesota Department of Education?
Yes, and Dr. Jane Harstead, she is very well versed in this specific subject.
Okay, all right. I'm just wondering if there, I'm not familiar with all of the teacher prep programs in the state, but I'm just wondering if something like, Mesabi Community College might have a program or something like that, some northern school. All right.
Chair Bouchard?
Yes.
Thank you for being here tonight. I really appreciate it. I also love seeing all of those pictures and the way in which I remember, I think you were here at one of my very first board meetings, and I think all you had as part of the report was a piece of paper, and so to have this rich, vibrant community just feels so good as a board member to see the progress. And also, I love that you've given us all these opportunities to grow the program. I'm thinking about, do we know, or does Hopkins track, how many American Indian staff we currently have?
We were given that number a few days ago from Allegra. I can't remember names, but I think it was like about 3 staff.
One that does identify that we know of for sure, and 2 more potential identifications.
Okay, so according to this statute, we need to be much more robust in our hiring practices. Do you know, I appreciate that there was reference to grants for preparing American Indian teachers. Do we know who that's through, how we could maybe access that?
It's the Minnesota Indian Teacher Training Program, and it's on the MDE website.
Okay, and that's who we would apply to for grants?
I think so. Otherwise, like I said, I would definitely request a meeting with Dr. Jane Harstead. She would be the best one to advise us on the next steps for this.
Thank you. That's it. I'm also really excited about the Dreamcatcher project, so.
Me too.
Thanks.
Chair Bouchard?
Yes.
Would you guys mind clarifying for me on the identification thing that you mentioned earlier, that if somebody mentions 2 or more, that we don't get that funding? Is that a shortcoming statewide, or is that a shortcoming of Infinite Campus?
It's a statewide issue as far as I'm aware of. It's how we collect our data in the MARS system. So I'm hoping that at some point in time it will be changed, but as of right now, from my knowledge, it's a statewide system discrepancy.
Has our LAC ever taken that up as an advocacy piece?
To do what?
To change that reporting mechanism?
We have not, that I recall.
We've discussed it. The issue becomes complicated because my understanding is that the state way of reporting trickles down from federal. And so we have very little, and it's all kind of census related. And so we have very little wiggle room to advocate because, well, it's complicated, but also it's much more from a federal, like top-down issue. But it is a discussion because you know how we like to talk about applications that parents shouldn't have to fill out.
Yeah, it's just such a ridiculous and offensive practice. And so trying to figure out like what would be the most effective advocacy pathway. And I was listening to you, like my wheels are spinning, and I was like, oh, do we contact our congressional representatives? But if it's a census issue, then that adds like another layer of complexity, but definitely something to look at, and then kind of join together with other districts that are experiencing this as well, because it's just, it's egregious, it's really offensive and harmful, and I'm talking about psychological harm, not the financial harm. But of course, it would be very helpful to have more resources to be able to implement the programming.
Well, and as a follow-up to that, just on that sort of identification, are you able to, just based on kind of the relationships you've built, identify students that maybe aren't specifically in our system based on their reporting? So you're like, oh, hey, you're one of those.
Absolutely.
Oh, sorry, I was just, and I'll follow on to that just because I want to, do you think that's a reason your numbers have increased so much over the last couple of years?
I do, and I think that we're actually missing a lot of our students. So in that classroom involvement, in one 5th grade class, I had 5 students that came forward that said they identified as Native American that are not identified in our system. So it's very problematic because Native Americans constantly have to prove that we are enough, that we're the only people that have to carry around this little card that says how much blood quantum we have. The only other pedigree that is quantified that way are Native Americans, dogs, and horses. So it is very traumatic. And so people, if they don't have that card or they don't qualify to be federally enrolled, they don't feel like they're enough. So they simply do not acknowledge or mark that they are Native American, even though they very well could mark that they are, and they very much are Native American and should be allowed access to these programs. And we would receive state funding if they did mark that they were Native American with that race code 01. But because they don't hold that little card that says you're enough, they just don't identify that way at all because they constantly feel like, you know, if they're given that piece of paper and says, here, prove it, and they can't, then it's like, okay, I guess I don't belong here. So we're trying to correct a lot of that trauma and be really accepting and open and build those relationships to increase our numbers.
Who issues that card? Who issues this card?
The federal government.
The federal government.
Mm-hmm. So any federally recognized tribe will issue a blood quantum card.
Oh.
And each tribe has different blood quantum requirements. So most of them are about 25%. Some can be higher. But also we know that's problematic. So if you're from multiple tribes and maybe you are 100% Native American, but you might only be 15% from this one, 20% from this one, you may not be able to possess that card.
Yeah.
Well, I think you've definitely shown how much you've really helped these kiddos, and I love it. And I when you said the vote of non-concurrence is actually a good thing, I rolled my eyes a little bit, but in hearing what you're saying and that the vote of non-concurrence is truly the method in which you guys go about getting the funding you need to truly provide the program these kids need, then it makes, you know what I mean? But I get it, like we all get our little hackles up a little bit when we're told that we're not doing a good enough job, because that's just human nature. But I see how it's all coming together now in my brain, and I appreciate what you guys are doing.
I feel the same way. I try not to take it personally. It's my program. Yeah. So I feel your pain.
I do have a question. I'm wondering, in what way can the school board be more responsive and collaborative on some of these issues, you know, where we could partner together to find a solution so that we don't get to a point of non-concurrence? Not because we're offended, but because we want to better serve our students and make sure we're doing it in a timely way instead of waiting until every March to have this conversation. As I ask this, I'm very aware of the request of, we're still a majority white school board, you know, asking to have a collaborative relationship with APAC and all that is bound up in that. But it's coming from a very genuine place of wanting to be able to look at the resources we have and be able to be more responsive throughout the year instead of like having this annual conversation.
Yeah, no, I very much appreciate that. And I think we didn't really know exactly what we needed until we were kind of in it this year. So I started in October of 2020, which was in the middle of the pandemic and in the middle of distance learning. And this year, since we've been back in person, a lot of our program has changed. And we are now learning as the program grows what we need and kind of adapting. So I think now this is kind of our baseline of what we know we need. I think going forward, initiating some of those conversations with the APAC and doing kind of more check-ins, I think would be helpful. Cassie, do you have anything to add?
I just want to add that when my daughter entered kindergarten here at Hopkins, the American Indian program that we had was some random people that I did not know that were not teachers in my daughter's school gave me books about Native American people or Native authors. That was our program when my daughter, and she's now in 6th grade. So we're doing a lot of catch-up work. And Jessica has accomplished literally so much in such a short amount of time that other districts have come and said to us on our APAC committee that they want to model their program after what Jessica is doing. And their programs have way more staff and have been around for way longer than our program has. So that's tremendous.
We have had 8 schools reach out to our program this year to model after us.
Wow. I would like to ask a question just regarding curriculum. Was the current curriculum approved by you, or were you consulted? Because I think that would be a good thing. Obviously, you have a lot more experience and education regarding this, so I would like to recommend that the current curriculum be run by you, and that way you can give recommendations regarding, okay, what update needs to be made.
Yeah, so that's where a lot of schools have an Indian education coordinator and a liaison. So that would be one of those coordinator duties where they would help with the SPED support, the curriculum, do more of those coordinating duties, where a liaison's literally like in the field doing more of the cultural teachings. So if we had an extra support staff, it would be more doable to split some of that workload and accomplish that curriculum review.
And I had one more question. Does anyone know where the district originally got their current curriculum regarding American Indians? No? Yeah,
I didn't know we had one, so, or if we have one.
I was just curious. Unfortunately, I don't know very much.
Yeah, it's probably a layered response. So we have obviously a variety of social studies courses taught at the high school. We have our collaborative literacy curriculum. Director Ertl, if you're in the space, you can help me out a little bit, which will offer entry points for students along the way to ideally learn about Native American people, history, culture. However, I think overall, our curriculum in Hopkins and across the state and the country has been Eurocentric in general, hasn't been pluralist, meaning all of the voices of the people in in the United States are honored and recognized, and their histories and traditions and heritages are recognized in the curricula in general, right? And we in Hopkins are in a space where we want to change that, and we want to make sure that absent voices and perspectives that have been invisible or ignored are, brought to light and honored and included in our curricula. So, Anne, what more would you like to share about this specific question around, helping all of our scholars learn more about Native American people, history, cultures?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And I think that Allegra is really probably the expert. And in fact, I can have her provide really specific detail around what we do have, because I know there are some trunks that we have that can be sent from site to site with various lessons and cultural items and things of that nature. But I agree that the other two comments that I would make are, one, typically when, the state does have, gives a nod, I would say, to Native Americans in some of our content area standards. In fact, the new math standards that are emerging have, again, what I would quantify as a nod to some of the indigenous peoples of Minnesota. But I think that ultimately, our goal is to do much, much better than that. And one of the ways that we will achieve that, I think, is by shifting away from, learning about culture as somehow an add-on or something that's, separate from who the students are in the classroom. And the way that we can achieve that, I think, is by really shifting our practices from being materials and curriculum driven to being driven by the student needs and interests that are within the classroom.
Right. Thank you for that explanation.
Yeah, that was well said. Thank you, Anne.
Other board member comments or questions? Great. With that, I would look for a motion that the board accept the Hopkins American Indian Parent Advisory Committee vote of non-concurrence.
So move. Oh.
Second.
Oh, I have a motion. I think I heard a motion.
Yes, I thought you were moving. No, yes, I'm one.
Could you move it again?
What did I second?
We're doing great. We're doing great.
Moved, so moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion that the board accept the Hopkins American Indian Parent Advisory Committee vote of non-concurrence. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you for spending so much time with us tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
I'm also going to move that we take a 10-minute recess. I would imagine that staff are rolling their eyes right now hearing me say that, but I do need a break before we delve into the rest of our important content tonight. So I move that we take a 10-minute recess and reconvene at 9:05. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion, a second to recess. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries. See you back at 9:05. This meeting of the Hopkins School Board is reconvened at 9:06 p.m. after a brief recess, and we'll move on to our next agenda item under new business, which is the Lindbergh Center renaming. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Mary Perry-Reed.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard. In June of 2021, the Hopkins School Board unanimously approved a resolution directing Hopkins leadership to convene a committee for the purpose of recommending a new name for the Lindbergh Center. We are happy to be with you this evening to describe the process that was followed for soliciting community input and evaluating suggested new names. This is a collaborative effort between Hopkins Public Schools and the City of Minnetonka. And here to present more information about this process is our Director of Community Education, Alex Fisher, Dre Jefferson, who is a manager in our facilities programming, and I think Dr. Holm is also helping with this presentation because she was our thought partner on the survey instruments used to collect community input. Shall I turn it over to you, Mr. Fisher?
That would be great. Thanks, Dr. Mary Perry-Reed. And good evening, Chair Bouchard and board members and community members. Happy to be with you this evening to discuss the renaming of the high school fitness center, currently known as Lindbergh Center. Next slide. Thanks. So as Dr. Mary Perry-Reed stated, in June of 2021, the school board approved the resolution allowing the Hopkins School Administration to convene a committee for the purpose of recommending a new name. And the process was to be a collaborative effort with the City of Minnetonka. So today, we'll talk a little bit about the process. As Dr. Mary Perry-Reed indicated, we'll talk about the process we used. And Elise, if you could go to next slide, please. And I'd like to tell you first a little bit about our Hopkins team. So we had many people here in Hopkins helping us with this process, including Director Goldaddy. But there were really two people who really helped drive this process forward. They were instrumental to the process. So I wanted to introduce them now. The first one is Dre Jefferson, who is our district facility use coordinator. He was really important with the planning, the organizing, the convening of committees. And Dr. Abby Holm, who is our learning and instructional systems data scientist. Abby really owned the data. She was there for quality assurance and helped us develop the surveys and the questions we used. So Dre is going to talk a little bit about the process we used, and then Abby will come on and talk a little more about the surveys and the results. So Dre, if you could talk to us a little bit about the process and the timeline.
Yeah, for sure. So thank you, members of the board and community members, for having us tonight. First, wanted to just acknowledge that this has been a long process. It dates back a couple years now since we've been working on these initiatives and receiving input from the community about it. Since the resolution from the board last June, we decided to gather as a small group to see who should be involved in the process of creating a community feedback model. So we gathered internally as a Hopkins team, worked collaboratively with the City of Minnetonka and some key partners from their team to discuss about who should be involved. So we did also pull in some additional members from inside our community and theirs, and then just members that had been a part of the original committee to review the name change to discuss how this process should be implemented. And what we ended up doing is working with Dr. Holm to create a community feedback model in multiple steps that allowed us to receive pertinent information from the community about what they wanted the name to look like, and really have an understanding of what their input was before we made any decisions on how we would move forward. And then that also helped us gather information about how we should present this to the community. Finally, we wanted to find out how much this would cost. Part of the process was gathering some of the concerns from the community, and cost was a major factor in that. So we worked with some partners that we have worked with in the past to determine a preliminary budget that we can see on the screen that came to roughly $7,500 to make this full change on outward appearance. Obviously, there's behind the scenes factors that will go into the change. So if the board chooses to do so, that will have some, I guess you would call them hidden costs, but those on our end would be fairly minimal. You can go to the next slide. So bringing us to today, starting in June when the board unanimously approved approved to convene a committee to review the name change. We gathered the steering committee around September, where we had our first meeting. We pulled back together to determine the survey parameters and then the different, I guess, objectives that we were looking for to find a name and how it would meet our standards. In November, we were able to review the first results from the survey that went out to the community, and we pulled the original Lindbergh Center Name Change Review Committee in to review those results and give their feedback as well. In December, the steering committee gathered again to review all of that feedback. And finally, in January, we were able to meet and discuss all the feedback, and the name that was recommended by community feedback is what's being presented tonight.
You can go to the next slide, Elise. So, hi everyone, it's good to be here today. So I'll talk a little bit about the process of the survey and the data collection. So we had 2 surveys. The purpose of the first phase of the survey or the first survey was to narrow down the kind of name the center would take on. So you can see from the slide here, there were 7 choices. And these 7 different choices came from the larger committee suggestions. So the committee tried to be comprehensive with this list, really casting a wide net. And with these 7 choices, we opted to use ranked choice voting. So this allows people to move the options in the order they like from most to least. And we chose this because it minimizes the number of questions that people have to answer. So rather than saying like, you know, I strongly agree or I strongly disagree with this name, or I like this name or I don't like this name, and doing that 7 times, they could just move things around on one question. So you can see the top ranked choices. Well, first of all, I'll take a step back. So when we analyze the data in ranked choice voting, it's helpful to use means. So what you can see over here in the lighter blue or bluish gray bubble is the means that the top 3 choices received. So the closer the mean or the average is to 1, the more people ranked it closer to the top. And the closer the mean is to 7, the more people ranked it towards the bottom. So we can see that the top ranked choices were after a former Hopkins coach, educator, or administrator that had a mean of 2.73, after a historical figure that had a mean of 3.45. And then the third highest choice was after a former Hopkins athlete, and that had a mean of 3.71. So you can go to the next slide. So what we took away from the results of the first survey is that respondents really wanted the name to be related to Hopkins and to the Hopkins community. There was a lot of Hopkins pride. So over several discussions and feedback from the first survey, the committees shared this common concern about naming the center after a certain person. And we also received written feedback in the first survey about naming the center after a certain person. So some people in the community who wanted the name to stay the same expressed frustration with picking another person. You know, why would you change it to another person? People are complex. We often don't know the full extent of someone's life. And so there was concern about, okay, why would we pick someone else's? What if we end up in the same spot that we're in right now? Additionally, others felt strongly that we should avoid naming after people altogether. So there was a discussion, the teams did a bit of compromising, and that led us to the final survey. So based on this, Hopkins community pride and Hopkins pride, we again used ranked choice voting. So you can go back a slide. So we used ranked choice voting again. And the options for the second survey were Royals Athletic Center, the Royals Center, the Hopkins Recreation Center, and the Minnesota Makoche Center. And that's Dakota for the land where the water reflects the sky. Okay. So if we look at the results here, again, remember that the closer the means are to 1, the more people ranked it closer to their first or second choice. We can see that the Royals Athletic Center was a top pick, followed by the Royals Center, the Hopkins Recreation Center, and the Minnesota Makoche Center. Okay, and then another question that we asked in the second survey was, what's your role in Hopkins? And people could select more than one option. So they could choose between Hopkins student, Hopkins athlete, staff member, caregiver, Hopkins coach, a City of Minnetonka resident, a City of Hopkins resident, a Lindbergh Center user, or they could write in another role that they held. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Alex again. Director Fisher to finish us up.
Thanks, Dr. Holm. And Elise, you can go to the next slide. Thank you. So I want to talk a little bit about our collaboration because it was a very collaborative process. And we worked closely with our partners from the City of Minnetonka. The team we worked most closely with included City Manager Mike Funk, Director of Administrative Services Miranda Daman, Communications and Marketing Manager Andrew Wittenborg, Kelly O'Day, Recreation Services Director, and Mike Pavelka, Community Facilities Superintendent. So we did meet regularly, as Dre outlined, in meetings, and we exchanged information on a regular basis, but it wasn't without its challenges. I learned very on in the process just how important it was to have good communication. And in fact, when you're working this closely on such a big project that's so important, it's really important to over-communicate. So we made some adjustments in how we were communicating to improve our collaboration, and I'm very happy to say in the end, it truly was a collaborative process. I wanted to report too that Kelly O'Day shared with me, board members, you might find this interesting, that the Minnetonka City Attorney recommends that the City Council also accept the name change, and they'll plan to do that at their March 21st meeting. And at that same meeting, our city partners will also recommend a name change to Lindbergh Drive. And they're looking at options with Royal or Royals in the name, for example, Royal Drive or Royals Lane, etc. Next slide, please. So we recommend that the Royals Athletic Center become the new name for the building currently known as the Lindbergh Center. We want to just thank you very much for your time this evening. We know it's late. I appreciate your attention, and we'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Well, it is us who should be thanking you for sticking with us at this late hour and for the thoughtful presentation that really reflects all of the work that's gone into this process over the past 2 years. And I'm very appreciative of all of the community members who gave input. Of course, our partners in the City of Minnetonka. We couldn't have accomplished this without them. Excited to hear about the vote that will be coming before the Minnetonka City Council about changing both the name of the building and the street. And of course, gratitude to our in-house team here in Hopkins for all the work you did. Questions or comments from my board colleagues?
Chair Bouchard.
Yes.
Well, I just want to thank the committee for their work. I know it's and something that's this publicly visible. There's probably a lot of scrutiny being applied to it. I was concerned initially that it have the name Hopkins in it because you can't tell from the name if it's Woodbury or Rogers or Bethel College or Bethel University, all of whom are Royals. And I thought, well, they should put some name in there that indicates the location. However, I can just see the hassle of trying to describe to people, yes, it's a Hopkins Athletic Center, but it's in Minnetonka. You know, I've had to tell people that, you know, ever since I've been on the board. So we're the Hopkins School District, but we serve 7 different communities, and you try and explain that, and they don't seem to get it. But at any rate, I think it's a great name. I think the rabbi who lives down the street from me, from Adath, will be happy, and as well as the parishioners in the immediate area. So thank you for your work. I know it's been a long time.
Additional board member comments or questions for the team? With that, I would look for a motion that the board approve the proposed name change to Royals Athletic Center.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proposed name change to Royals Athletic Center. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Next, we'll move on to our, yes, good night.
Thank you.
Sleep well.
Thank
or
you all.
whatever other people are going to do right now. Next, we'll move to our budget update with Director Chapanduka, and I will turn it over to Dr. Mary Perry Reed.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard. I'd like to welcome our Director of Business Services, Turiro Chapanduka, to the virtual board table during our board workshop. Earlier this evening, Director Chapanduka provided a thorough update, which he had to do sort of hastily because we were running out of time. But he did provide a budget presentation, and we'd like to make sure that other community members listening in have the chance to hear where we are with our district budget and budgeting process. We did have our school board recently engage with the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee, and now district and school leaders are thinking about school and department-based budgets to inform our staffing and programming decisions and implementation plans. So this all happens within the context of the larger budgeting process, which Director Chapanduka is in charge of, and we're very grateful to him for that. So Turiro, if you'd like to present your information.
Thank you, Dr. Mary Perry Reid, and good evening. Good evening, Chair Bouchard. Good evening, respective board members. Good evening, colleagues and the community at large. Actually, I will go ahead and present my slide deck here as a continuation to some of the conversation we've been having since, I believe, October, November, around there when we started meeting with the Citizen Financial Advisory Committee. And that transcended to us meeting in-house staff and leadership, trying to identify the different components which will be factored in with our fiscal year 23 budget. Can you go to the next slide, please, Alice? I'll start with the budget development timelines. As you know, our fiscal year runs from July 1 to June 30th. So our budget process starts in July 1, faced with the initial 10-year facilities plan, capital plan, through the long-term facility maintenance, which is part of our levy. From there, it transcends into some internal budget kickoff tasks and timelines and some of the deliverables. In August, the state usually opens up the levy information system. Then we start inputting information because the levy is part of the budget process. With the pre-certification following in September, we are supposed to pre-certify our levy certification by September 30th of each year. And the board approved that pre-certification. And then in October, that's when we generate our October 1 enrollment numbers, since enrollment drives our revenue to the district and our expenditures. So that's a critical point in time for our budget process. From there, in November, that's when we started to meet with our CFAC to discuss some of the budget parameters and some of the challenges we're seeing with our budget, considering the revenue and expenditures. That pushed us into December, and as leadership, we started to discuss some of the priorities at hand, and we divided these priorities in instructional and operational, and started identifying what needs to be included. One, with the predictable staffing model, what are new investments, what are the some of the cost-saving measures we can implement in order to make sure that any gap in our budget is covered. In January, February, we kept meeting with the CFAC committee, and in February, the CFAC presented to the board their recommendations, which I'll discuss in my next slides here. And we started meeting with staff and building leaders, trying to identify some of the challenges they've seen with the current budget, with the predictable staffing model, and what some of those changes will look like as we start putting all information together for fiscal year 23. So this month we are still having those discussions, and once we finalize everything, we'll roll out the budgets to the buildings with the idea that we'll come back to the board in April to present the preliminary budget as well as the fiscal year 22 amended budget. And then in May, we'll do our first read to the board. And then the board will have some time to discuss, with the understanding that in June they will finally approve the budget for this for the fiscal year 23 for the district. Can you go to the next slide, please, Alice? So as I've alluded in the previous slide, our first port of call with the budget process is enrollment. So we start looking at our enrollment, what that enrollment looks in our different buildings. As you can see from the chart presented, our enrollment is flat, and it's going to be flat for the near future, unless if some miracles happen, or if we start to get more enrollment coming into our system, maybe through the virtual Edu online school. But currently, based on our projections and our conservative outlook on how we see the transfer ins and out of the district, we are anticipating slight increases, which kind of leaves that flat across the system for the future. Can you go to the next slide, please? So from enrollment, we started to look at our base allocations, which is the tool we use, the predictable staff model for allocating resources into our buildings. We also, with the input from CFAC and their recommendations, we factored in a 2% increase at state and federal revenue based on what we received from the state. So that is factored into our budget model. We also factored in a 3% increase to salaries and wages through the cost of living adjustment. We also factored in a 3% increase to fringe benefits. We factored in a 7% increase to our purchase services and supplies. We also factored in a 5% increase to utilities and energy, even though through the consumer price index, we've seen that utilities and energy, the inflationary components have really skyrocketed. But based on some of the work we do in the front end, we anticipate that will probably be able to mitigate that. So all these factors have been included with what we are projecting. The other piece we also factor into the overall allocations is some of the categorical dollars which are coming into the district, either through the application for benefits, where we get resources to mitigate some of the challenges we see in our buildings through either compensatory revenue or through the achievement and integration revenue or through title grants. So those will be factored into the overall allocations into our buildings. Any remaining dollars after we've allocated resources through the predictable staffing model between buildings and the allocations to departments will be distributed as discretionary resources into the buildings, which are flexible and can be prioritized by building leaders to mitigate some of the gaps which can be found after the allocations through predictable staffing model. We also factor in some of the site instructional purchase services and materials and supplies, which are covered by the buildings through a factored allocation in the model. We are also trying to figure out what supplies are covered at central level, what supplies are covered by the buildings, so that we are clear as we go into fiscal year 23. What has not been factored into the current preliminary numbers we have is the ESSA 3 funds, which we'll talk about in the next slide here. Those funds, we are still trying to figure out what the priorities are for the district, considering some of the requests which have come from different sections of the community. So after putting into consideration some of the pointers I have given, factoring in the 2% increase, our projected general fund revenue is sitting at about $110.6 million. When we factor in the different inflationary components for expenditures, we are sitting at about 112.2, which leaves us with about $1.5 million gap in our budget before we factor in any of the one-time funds we received through either ESSA allocations or other allocations from the state. So that's where we are at this point in time. We are trying by all means to mitigate some of these gaps and challenges, which we have seen not just at Hopkins, but across school districts in Minnesota. The majority of school districts are facing some form of deficit. Having put into consideration some of these general fund resources coming into the district, we know we received some allocations at the beginning of the pandemic, either through the CARES Act or through the ARP. Some of the allocations we received have already been expended in fiscal year 21, and some have been allocated into fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23. So we have ESSA allocations, ESSA 2 allocations. We received $2.6 million, and we did budget those dollars in our current fiscal allocations. So the allocations from the $2.6 million were used to cover up for counselors in all our buildings. So that amounted to $1.2 million. We also gave an allocation to special services of about $145,000. Some of the allocations we receive as a system are mandated to be shared with our intermediate district, which is District 287. So we have a small allocation of a little over $46,000, close to $47,000, which we have to allocate to District 287. The remaining dollars were allocated using a formula across our system to the buildings. so that they can use those dollars for different priorities and different needs, some which were related to staffing, some which were related to either collaboration time for teachers and other needs is determined by building leaders, which leaves us with a balanced allocation for ESSA $2. The other allocation which we received were the ESSA 3 allocations, and the ESSA 3 allocations were actually a little over $6 million. And some of those allocations have already been earmarked and distributed. We have $1.2 million, which is mandated by state guidance that we set aside for what they define as learning loss, which requires in-person learning loss mitigation for our scholars. We spent $2,046,000 to start the virtual EDU school for this current year. We have $105,000, which is the allocation to Intermediate District 287. We have about $500,000 to cover the different PPE and pandemic costs as mitigations in our buildings. Some of the masks we bought, a lot of the different activities which happened in the buildings to mitigate some of these costs. $250,000 was used for transportation to address the Flex Fridays at our secondary sites. $96,000 was used for liaison personnel between our healthcare personnel and some of the family liaisons who were mitigating on different issues regarding vaccinations, testing, and following up with families. $246,000 is earmarked for the Freedom School, and I think as you had previously with discussions at the workshop, some of those resources are used to start the Freedom School. About $100,000 is used in community education for different programs which have a direct impact with our scholars. So that total comes to about $4.5 million, which leaves us with about $1.4 million. Like I said, we are still having discussions with different stakeholders in the system on how we use those resources, either as a mitigation to close the 1.5 million gap or other needs as identified by the system. Next slide, please. We'll also try to mitigate, that shortfall by maybe tapping into some of our assigned fund balance, since we had some savings in fiscal year 21. So use some of those resources so that we minimize any impact or loss of staff due to the funding gap we have in our public education systems. Next slide. With that, I will take any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Director Chapanduka, for very clearly laying out where we're at and what we can expect in terms of some of these parameters that will inform the preliminary budget that we will approve on April 19th, if all goes according to plan. Wondering if my board colleagues have any comments or questions for Director Chapanduka at this point.
Chair Bouchard.
Yes.
Trero, of the remaining ESSER $3, is there a time frame in which we have to spend that? Is there any limitation on that?
Thank you, Director Adams. Yes, so we have to spend those dollars by September 30th of 2024.
24.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got over 2 years to spend those down. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Director Hartland.
Good evening. Yes, I wanted to ask one clarifying question, and that was that the MDE website says that Hopkins ESSER 3 funds are still under process or pending approval, and it looks like approximately 10% of the school districts are still listed that way. Is that out of date, or are we still in the process of securing that funding?
So the award was given to the district. We did complete the application. There were some additional information MDE wanted in regards to the consultation with the American Indian Parent Advisory Council. So that work has been taking place, but it's under process, and everything will be processed accordingly. But we did get the award.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments for Director Chapanduka? Well, thank you very much. This is not an action item, so no need to vote on anything yet. And thank you for staying with us, Director Chapanduka, and presenting this at the meeting as well so that our public could see it. We will move to our next agenda item, which is policies in first read, and I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Andreessen. And welcome Assistant Superintendent Lightfoot back to the table.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard. It seems like it was probably about 6 months ago that we talked about policy 553, student participation in state, national, and international competitions. I don't think it was that long ago, though. And as always, with every policy, it goes through the monitoring committee to ensure alignment with the district vision, the equity lens, and MSBA model policies. One thing that I thought was important to note, again, based on work that we've done with our students in the district, is that in, I think the only revision to this policy was to add a link to our gender inclusion policy. That was one of the things that was specifically brought up as a concern with travel for school-related activities. So thank you, Assistant Superintendent Lightfoot, for
Very welcome.
helping us present this policy.
Yeah, so that really was, I mean, there were no recommended changes. We didn't do any modification to the policy itself. We did make that cross-reference, so that is referenced in the policy as Vice Chair Andreessen stated. So if there isn't any further question.
Excellent, thank you. Director Adams, did you have something?
I do. You know, recently Hopkins hosted ESPN girls basketball tournament up at what is currently known as Lindbergh Center. And I had a conversation with the athletic director, Dan Johnson there, and he said he had been asked by ESPN several times to send our girls team to a tournament, a similar tournament, but out of state. And he said, I'd love to do that, but I can't. Is this the policy that prohibits that, or because it says it's got to be sponsored by the Minnesota Department of Education or the State High School League?
Well, it really, that regulation comes from the Minnesota State High School League. That is not a local determination about eligibility for outstate competitions. There are different regulations for different activities. We did ask that question in the monitoring committee. So for example, debate or other activities that do have national competitions where there might be those activities, and those are handled differently.
Okay.
So those, of course, I'm not up to 100% speed on the Minnesota State High School League rules, but those have their own set of circumstances that they outline, but that is not the guidance of this policy.
All right, but it does refer to that issue, I think, there. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Other comments or questions? Okay, with that, I would look for a motion that the board approve the above policies in first read. for approval, and sorry, I was gonna try to like get creative and not read that part because there are not suggested revisions, but I'm tired, I'm gonna stick to the script. I would look for a motion that the board approve the policies in first read and that the board direct the administration to prepare the policies for approval in second reading at the next meeting as part of consent.
So moved.
I have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the policy in first read. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank
Thank you.
you. Next, we'll move to our last new business agenda item, which is our superintendent evaluation report. So following our meeting on March 1st, the board met in executive session to conduct our superintendent's mid-year review. And I just wanted to provide a brief summary to our community about that conversation. Dr. Mary Perry Reed always does a really great job of preparing a slide deck for us that gives an overview of district level goals and her goals, how those link to the district level goals. And they're all aligned to these leadership competencies that all of the leaders in our district use to do their own goal setting. So those categories are learning, culture, equity, innovation, empathy, and operational goals. We also use these categories as a school board to set our board goals each year. So Dr. Mary Perry Reed walked us through her goals. And so I just wanted to kind of highlight some of the actions that she's been taking under each of these categories to move our entire system forward. So under the learning goal, working with our innovation design and learning department to build out the learning framework and roadmap to personalized learning. And then doing this constant daily work of really closing the gap between beliefs and the values that we hold as a district, and then the results that we're seeing when it comes to our students and their experience here. Under the culture category, really moving away from a hierarchical organizational structure to a teal organizational structure, which is more flattened and collaborative, respecting the expertise that exists throughout the organization, collaborating closely with our union leaders, and working with our leaders across the system on restorative practices. Under equity, the board received the equity audit recommendations from our equity audit team a little over a month ago. So Dr. Mary Perry Reed has been working on implementing those recommendations, looking at multiple data points to really deeply understand the disparities that exist in our system and how to eliminate those, and redefining our student success metrics to be more holistic and representative of what our students can actually do and what skill sets are needed and perspectives are needed for when they move beyond our system. And also moving from a compliance-driven punitive model to a restorative model. Under innovation, scaling and modeling the continuous use of the lab operating system, which is a method for trying out concepts and for innovating throughout the district. The board also has been using the lab operating system for our goal setting. Implementing improvement in the areas of transportation and building a strategic plan that really captures the district's strategic moves between 2018 and 2031 so that all of us, including our larger community, can really see these specific actions that we've been taking as a district. Under empathy, modeling empathy and perspective taking, adopting this position of curiosity regarding what's getting in the way or what are some of the barriers to doing the work of implementing Vision 2031 throughout the district, and then working on communicating and reinforcing the belief that all people have equal worth within our system. Under operational, identifying some of the gaps in our operations that limit people's abilities to do their jobs well, and ensuring that the lab operating system that I mentioned is being used to identify root causes so that we're solving for real problems instead of kind of imagined problems. And then looking at transforming our computer systems so that they communicate better with each other and improving transportation. Some of her goals, always include transparency and visibility as she moves through the district and interacts with scholars, with staff, and then within the larger community as well. So the board engaged in a Q&A with Dr. Mary Perry-Reed and, really focused on how we can continue to work as a team to support her and her goal implementation. I'd like to offer the opportunity to my board colleagues to add anything that I may have missed. Great. No action required on that. So we can move into board member reports. I'm just going to call on Director Adams. We're just going to do it.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard. I'll try and be quick. March 3rd, I witnessed on local cable TV the Senate debate on 2 bills affecting education that was taking place. And the first one was to not require anyone who speaks at a board meeting, other than the board members, to identify themselves or to identify where they live. No qualifying information. And I was not party to that, but I heard what took place was that some senators felt that it should be important to know if the person testifying at the board table actually lives in the district. So they agreed that, yes, that's probably something that could be asked at the board table. So the bill was amended and passed by a significant margin. So that we'll see if the House takes that up. The second one that was debated was that parents have to be notified at the beginning of the school year that they have the right to get a copy of the curriculum and any materials used in class. Well, it's already in law that they can do that, but these senators felt that it was important that we notify parents at the beginning of the school year that these rights exist. So there was a lot of discussion about that and a lot of posturing. And subsequent to that, I heard a conversation on NPR, I think it was 2 days later, about why that all took place. Because it's not really an issue, at least not in our district. Parents have the right to walk into a child's classroom and talk to the teacher about what's being taught, and it's routine. Well, the commentator on NPR said they thought it was because the Senate's just trying to kill time this session. They don't want to take up any spending bills, and that there's this big pot of surplus money out there that they think they can determine who gets it and how it should be allocated, because they feel that they can win the Senate again, the House, and the governor's seat this fall. So they'll have total control, and they can play Santa Claus next session. So that was kind of concerning to hear that gentleman share that. But I heard that echoed again at the MSBA legislative chat last Friday. So I'm getting increasingly pessimistic that we're going to see any spending bills of any significance come out of the legislature this session for education or for anything. So buckle your seatbelts. It might even go extra session, but I don't really anticipate that we're going to see any significant movement on spending bills. So with that bad news, March 4th, I attended the AMSD meeting in person for one of the few times in the last 2 years. And then we had an LAC meeting, and then later that day, I got a phone call from Director Peterson, who said, the Golden Valley State of City address is this afternoon at Under Pressure Brewing. So I ran over there and was able to attend that and find out what's going on at one of our constituent districts or constituent municipalities. Then on March 10th, I attended a Golden Valley Historical Society Zoom presentation, which was very interesting, on Native American history in Golden Valley. And it was interesting to find out that there were no Indian settlements in Golden Valley as far as they can determine, or even any burial mounds or anything like that. But it was, it did have a number of roadways that crossed it that the Native Americans used, primarily going from Lake Minnetonka to the river to sell goods, so to the Mississippi River. So it was a very fascinating presentation. The woman presenting it her name was Crystal Boyd. She had done a lot of research. And I was hoping to hear that there was an Indian settlement at some point, but no luck. So, and then the LAC has been meeting on a regular basis and trying to navigate this year's legislature and trying to figure out how we can get some money for education out of it. So that's my report.
Thank you very much, Director Adams. Other board member reports?
Chair Bouchard.
Yes, Director Ross.
So I had the pleasure with Director Andreessen as well and Dr. Mary Perry-Reed to attend a community engagement last week, so last Wednesday the 9th. Had the opportunity to sit and listen to concerned community members who felt either way on the topic at hand, the elephant in the room that we have just voted on. And it was a very interesting debate to just see both sides. Obviously, I think the previous board meeting on 3/1, it appeared to me to be less, it appeared to lean one way, and this meeting on the 9th appeared to lean a different way. So it was definitely robust. It was passionate. I think Director Andreessen can agree. She experienced some of the passion, unfortunately. But otherwise, I mean, I thought it was a good debate, and I mean, everybody was able to present their points, and it was well managed toward at the end of the day. So, yeah, that's what I can report.
Thank you, Director Ross.
Yes, I did want to just mention quickly that Jessica Glidden led that circle. It was very appreciative of her, knowing now, I mean, I knew before, but even just seeing just the lists of all the things she does for our district, like the fact that she was able to be there is very appreciative.
Thank you for mentioning that.
Other board member reports?
Chair Bouchard?
Yes.
I attended the Hopkins Community Ed Advisory Committee meeting, and Sarah Chauvin presented there, as well as Thrive Ed. And Paris Timmons did, just like they showed everything today. What I really appreciated was how proactive our leaders have been in creating these collaborative classrooms and targeted services, and Paris Timmons' initiative towards having freedom schools implemented and that initiative. I really hope we get the funding we need to continue that. And that's my report.
Thank you, Director Khan. Any other reports? Okay. We do not have anyone here to give public comment for items not on the agenda. So with that, I would look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second to adjourn. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. You did not. This meeting of the Hopkins School Board is adjourned at 10:01 PM, even if